Honourable members, I have to inform the Parliament that students of the Public Policy Management Students Association at the University of Papua New Guinea are present in the public gallery. On behalf of the National Parliament, I extend to them a very warm welcome. Petitions? Notices? Questions without notice, 45 minutes. The Honourable Member for Abau.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. May I seek leave of the Honourable Chair? Ask you.
Leave granted.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The reason why I chose to ask you this question is because of the seriousness of the issue at hand, and that is the issue that yesterday the Honourable Governor for East Sepik asked about on a matter of a drug called propofol, where we were notified that out of the 7 patients that were exposed to this drug injection, 4 died. Mr. Speaker, the fact that 4 of the 7 died is a very, very serious matter indeed for this country and indeed for this honorable House. And therefore, as head of the legislature, I ask you this question, Mr. Chairman. Speaker. On the 17th of August, Secretary for Health issued a circular 5021 advising the health system to watch out for this 20 ml vial called propofol, because according to the information we've been given, 800 vials of this injection were given to the Port Moresby General Hospital. Mr. Speaker, we were advised yesterday by the Prime Minister that an investigation is already underway. It's now been 3 weeks since the investigation. Therefore, my questions, Mr. Speaker, are these. Would you ensure that the Public Accounts Committee is called immediately to investigate this very serious and very sad matter? Because from information that we have, this particular propofol was directly delivered to the area medical store. From the area medical store, this particular 800 vials were delivered to the Port Moresby General Hospital. That order came straight from the NCC. Mr. Speaker, this is why I'm asking the Public Accounts Committee to take charge of it, to show to the country that this Parliament is serious about its citizens' death. This is a very serious matter because currently 4 weeks past, people are worried they will not go to operations because they will doubt the capability of the operating theaters, the good work done by the professionals and doctors in the operating theaters. There'll be questions. So this Parliament now must set the pace and know exactly how did this medicine go to the area medical store, how was it ordered by the NCC, did they comply with the COVID-19 procurement legislation or no? Those are the matters for this Parliament to sort out. Therefore, Mr. Honourable Speaker, as head of the legislature, I humbly request the Public Accounts Committee, which I know there are 25 pending referred matters, but through you, Mr. Chair, may this committee meet immediately if it means resourcing it, that this matter be of national importance because of the death of our citizens. Because if we don't do it, the matters for medical defense litigation will increase in this country like other countries around the world. And therefore, our professionals will have discredit because Many doctors are well trained, they know exactly what they are doing, but this particular drug, vial, came out of the system, and it appeared in the Port Moresby General Hospital, causing death. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Member Long Abao. Long, this you ask him, CM, very important. As you look sabe finish, you mentioned him long statement, blue you also. Suppose Parliament, you need him resources, and must find him resource na make him this la parliamentary committee lo work him work longen. Me like talk clear lo this floor. I'm number 4 year, wolo number 5 year also missing down on this last year. Since all the budget of Parliament, Mr. Present him, the Prime Minister, according to law, that executive government must give him Parliament. You know, have give him. They were all got a parliamentary committee of Parliament, all no work him work long end. I think you will establish executive government, separate him. The time Parliament, you work him work long end. By putting you will notice. Government is past them, become government, and now me looking at me also. So this last budget by come by me asking because me like in parliamentary committee of parliament, you must work long all this. Now you come sit down on half side, now you complain. Time you stop government, this you will make him. Look in parliament also one blood department. Now cut him ceiling blown also one blood department. This coming budget, me talk clear also. Me no na larem by also. Parliament is an arm of government, and by law it is the first arm of government. And by law, when in Parliament, now court ask him, you will must give him. So this like talk go along, all kata lo you milo this for house. Stop lo half side na lo here, when you will walk him now, make him this la. So lo ask him lo you. Me give him answer lo and igolo you. But me seek him advice long all. Clerk now line blow me lo Parliament. Then me give him advice based on this. Ask him, you ask him. Thank you. You make that point over there. Honorable Minister, one point over there.
Speaker, so I allowed the question for the member for Abao and also your response. I think the question itself is out of order. The Public Accounts Committee for Parliament is not skilled or trained to carry out a wrongful death investigation. If the member for Abao would have directed his question to myself as the Minister for Justice, I'd be happy to respond. As it relates to a wrongful death, it will be a claim, possible claim against the state. So my department has already made inquiries with the Health Minister for his department to provide a report so the State Minister for State and Justice can consider if there is a wrongful death, that those loved ones do not have to go through a protracted case against the state, and the state can consider a settlement if the findings confirm that the state was in fact wrongful in this regard. Thank you.
Honorable Member of Lomadang, I think point over W, I'm out of order. CIM make him ruling finish tomorrow. And bagi him answer. The whether and Public Accounts Committee can carry him investigation of this law or not by mixing advice. And we talk about tomorrow. Honorable Governor of Long Northern Province.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Me got some question where me like ask him, Minister of Justice, series of questions. But first, Mr. Speaker, me like just clarify legally one pla. Me the article have been come up on newspaper tete, lo post Korea, where he talk lo one pla project lo province lo mipla, where it's lo project complete. We like talk thank you lo Ministry of Justice na, all workman blend lo working slow work. Na thank you lo all newspaper, all media, where only been reporting sla, but me like ask him also enough only talk savel or name lo this la. Member of Parliament am responsible. Na name lo this la company. Na date one time this la project they been come up because me pla lo provincial government me pla aware lo this la project. Me pla been sawe. Na me pla aware also me no stop lo this la term. So enough media clarify him so that me pla all get can sawe. Mr. Speaker, question me like ask him law, Minister of Justice. Now, me like in police minister, na prime minister will take note. Now, in fact, people all get must take note. Now, you know, take note as all, but enough people kiss him strong thinking na make him some action he come up. This law question him law one deplorable trend, which I must concern people all get. This trend that I speak of is the injustice that's becoming increasingly prevalent insofar as violence against the most vulnerable in our society is concerned. Let me put some context to my questions before I ask them. Yesterday, there was a protest march in Mendi demanding justice for the murder of a young woman who was killed in her prime, allegedly by her husband. This protest took place because apparently there was insufficient evidence, or the presentation of the prosecution file was not in order, or whatever excuse or reason, and for that the matters were dismissed. This is becoming so normal and prevalent in our society today. And this form of abhorrent violence is becoming so frequent that it is now becoming normalized. And if we are not careful, we shall become numb to it. But we must not accept this. We must do something drastic to counter this rise in evil against our women folk and children. And I say children because they are even more vulnerable and prone to be silent victims, given that they cannot speak or act to save themselves. Countless many are abused and harmed, even killed in our midst, and we do utter nothing about this. We read about it, we hear about it, and now we even see it on the internet, and we still do nothing. How can we stand here and pray and claim to be leaders when we do nothing about the most vulnerable in our society? Meanwhile, we see that there is a breakdown in what we call the justice system. Somehow, these matters are often snuffed out like the lives of countless women and children before they are even given the opportunity to even whisper their cry for justice. Mr. Speaker, this is not just a legacy issue. This is an issue that has confronted us over the last few decades, and every government has tried its best. But I would like us as a government, and indeed, Mr. Speaker, if you can also add the weight of your office, we must do something about this. Our people are crying for justice. In fact, I am informed that there was an attempt or even an idea by members of the community to burn down the Hagen courthouse because they were so disgusted at this. Minister, my question to you through our speaker, will your ministry conduct a review of the situation that leads or gives rise to this despicable growing cancer in our society? Will you assure this House and this nation that this government is serious about addressing this by proposing a series of tactical and strategic action items to rectify this? If so, can you elaborate what are these proposed actions you intend to take? And can I ask if a review of the investigations and prosecution's capacity and quality of work output be reviewed so as to determine where there seems to be such a rash of poor quality investigations and lackluster prosecutions, leading to an injustice that continues to pervade our nation? Can we seriously consider adequately remunerating those involved in this vital chain of the justice system so that the system is robust and balanced? And here I make a side note about how much more those involved in the dispensing of justice at the end of the process are remunerated as compared to those who are defending, investigating, and prosecuting them. Thank you.
Honourable Minister of Justice.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I acknowledge the series of questions asked by the Governor for oral, and they're valid questions. It's an issue I also was concerned about after reading on the front page as well through social media of numerous cases of a trend occurring where cases are being dismissed at the committal court, or in some cases even getting to trial and the judgments or sentencing handed down by the national court appear to be compensated through payments of compensation rather than sentencing of imprisonment, given these involved cases of murder and serious crimes. So as I mentioned to the Governor, these issues, when it comes to criminal prosecution, lie in the jurisdiction of the public prosecutor, which is a constitutional office that falls outside the jurisdiction of the Department of Justice. And under the Constitution, he is beyond anyone's direction or control. But soon after becoming aware of those cases, I did have a meeting with Secretary for Justice and the AG and asked if he could meet with the public prosecutor to find out the circumstances behind those cases that led to those judgments or led to matters being dismissed at the committal, whether it was a case of poor investigation, insufficient evidence, or possibly an error in the judgment, that his department may consider appealing. And the AG did confirm he did meet with the public prosecutor, and he did give an undertaking to have his staff review those cases and to consider whether those cases will be brought back before the Supreme Court for appeal. That is essentially where the response in relation to those queries. On the issue of DJ carrying out reforms in police investigation, now in the position of justice, that's essentially outside of our jurisdiction, but there are reforms being undertaken by the current Minister for Police, as well as reforms under DJAG that will work together. And as we've seen recently with a number of high-profile arrests concerning money laundering and white-collar crime, there are also reforms being carried out in investigations of serious crimes like murder, especially those concerning women and children. So I don't have the specific details right now before me to be able to give to the governor of this parliament, but I'll be happy to, in other sessions, provide a detailed statement to that effect. Thank you.
Honourable Member for Rabaul.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, my questions without notice are directed to the Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, very little else occupies our minds today, except for the 2022 national general elections. My questions relate to the preparedness of the PNG Electoral Commission to undertake this very important duty. Mr. Speaker, frequent, free, fair, legitimate, and transparent elections is the cornerstone of our constitutional democracy. The operative words are that elections are free, that they are fair, that they are legitimate, and they are transparent. Papua New Guinea has witnessed 12 national elections since the first House of Assembly in 1964. 3 using limited preferential voting system in 1964 to 1972, 6 from 1977 to 2002 were under the first past the post system. The next 3 from 2007 to 2017, it was back to the optional limited preferential voting, to 3 choices again. Mr. Speaker, we have before this Honourable House a report from the Constitutional and Law Reform Commission proposing drastic improvements to the way elections is carried out, and a proposed constitutional law to change the organic law for national and local government elections to introduce the first past the post system. Mr. Speaker, I wish to put on record that I commend the hard work the Constitutional and Law Reform Commission has put into producing a comprehensive report after a nationwide consultation process on our electoral process. It is noteworthy that this process has begun or was begun in 2018 by the O'Neill administration. I also note that this report and its recommendations are opposed to the other constitutional law change proposing a return to the first past the post voting system that is now before this House. Before somebody raises a point of order, I do acknowledge that it is private members.
You make a point of order?
Questions now. I'm coming to my questions now. You want the questions?
We have a point of order, Honourable Member.
What's the point of order?
Rabaul, you make a point of order? Honourable Governor Logal, what's your point of order?
My point of order is very simple, and the learned member for Rabaul knows it very well. In the standing orders, it's very clear that where there is a legislation on a notice paper, you shall not speak on it or to it or refer to it until it is introduced on the floor. So his references in his question should be omitted, by the chair, and he should just ask on the reforms. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Point of order, I'm in order. Also, you acknowledge him too. Before anybody raises a point of order, you clearly say, Honorable Member Blorabao. So, point of order, Honorable Governor Blogalp, I'm in order. So, you refresh him, ask him, Blue.
No, I think come to question now.
Okay. You ask him.
The mention of that proposed amendment was just mention of it. It's not going to be questions on it. So my questions to the Prime Minister, not to Yawad. First question, Prime Minister, through you, Speaker. Is it true that the PNG Electoral Commission has exhausted its 2021 budget allocations and is sustained now by the technical support of the Government of Australia and other development partners like New Zealand and USA? Second question, is it true that the 2021 budget allocation of 12 million kina to undertake a nationwide revision of electoral roll data used in 2017 National Parliament and 2019 nationwide LLG elections has been used up in the 2020 Bougainville provincial elections, the 2021 Mosby Northwest by-elections, and the current inquiry into the number and sizes of open seats in Parliament undertaken by the Electoral Boundaries Commission? Third question, if the PNG Electoral Commission is having funding difficulties, I would like to ask whether or not any national electoral roll data update is going on at the present time. If not, when will it start? And is there ready funding for it? Fourth question, the CLRC report recommends the introduction of biometric voter registration for the 2022 elections, which will involve fingerprint identification. Does your government support the introduction of the biometric voter registration for Papua New Guinea in the 2022 national elections? Number 5, and second last question. If the government is going to introduce it, then when is the program starting? How much will it cost? And finally, sixth, are people trained to run the system across 6,400 wards in the country? And do we have time to adequately educate our people? Thank you, Mr. Speaker. There's no question on the amendment.
Honorable Prime Minister.
All right, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I like to thank you, Lord. Member Blorabao asked him this series of important questions. On 2022 election preparation, let me firstly upfront assure the honorable member, all members of parliament and our country that our government will give best endeavors to ensure 2022 elections is conducted in the fairest manner possible for our country. It is our constitutional right for our citizens to exercise their right to choice of leadership, and we will give every possible support to the best of our ability to ensure the Electoral Commission does carry out their constitutional mandate without fear or without favor, and to deliver a good election for our country so that our country can produce the next generation of leaders through the election that is coming up in 2022. Our 2021 budget, in as far as Electoral Commission is concerned, what is budgeted for? Our Treasury and Finance team continues to support the Electoral Commission. As I stand, I would not be adequately equipped to inform whether we, at what stage of the budget rollout for Electoral Commission. I will have to get back to the member in writing in as far as the 2021 use of the Electoral Commission budget is concerned. But I have not been given any indication that they're struggling for funds at the Electoral Commission. We are working with the Electoral Commission to ensure 2021 expenditure and 2022 expenditures work in sync and back to back. Most programs will overlap. For instance, the program on the Common Roll update. And the Electoral Commission has been instructed to work with other relevant state agencies like the provincial and local level government to mobilize all our councillors, work with the National Statistics Office to ensure what could have been an enumeration program by NSO is now being simplified, and people like him all councillors to get engaged in a basic population headcount update in September, October, November, December period. In the next 4 months, the balance of this year, there's a basic population update by councillors right across our electorate. The agencies, intergovernment agencies are working, especially those agencies that I named, to arrive at population data which Electoral Commission could interface or a common roll data update early next year in January, February, March, as we await the issue of writ in April 28th next year. So all these things are being planned. There's an inter-government committee working to ensure elections are being planned. We also have advised that political parties, those who are representing the floor of parliament, as well as those who are not in parliament, to be informed, so they could be all part of the entire program and help educate and make awareness to our people on what people requirements are to contribute to election preparation for 22, especially the population data update and involvement at the council level and later at the verification of the voter roll. We don't have the luxury of money as it was in the past, where we have NID requiring 200 million plus, the National Statistics Office requiring another 300 million plus, and Electoral Commission again requiring another 300 million plus, all in the same business of population data update. We're just trying to simplify, and hopefully the councillors could assist in the first step, getting population data. We verify them towards the end of the year, overlay with National Statistics Office in the work they do, and then the Electoral Commission can piggyback on this and verify those who are eligible to vote along with the last roll they have. So we have a better voter roll in April, May, July, June of next year that can be used for elections. So all this involved a lot of time and logistics. Time has run out on us, but the Electoral Commission has been working. Whatever we've budgeted for this year, we've thrown our support behind the Electoral Commission. And the member also did ask, did the Mosby Northwest election subsume some of the allocations for this year? And there was a reference to the Electoral Boundaries Commission work. Well, Cabinet did approve some money for the Electoral Boundaries work, and the Electoral Boundaries work was supported and funded elsewhere. We're trying our absolute best to ensure Electoral Commission is not starved of fund that is required for them to prepare in 2021 as they migrate some activities into 2022 to deliver what we want as a fair election for all to contest in 2022. I give assurance to the member that a detailed report in all his 6 questions I'll write to him in writing for his record. Making reference to the biometric, Cabinet did also approve a recommendation from CLRC as well as Electoral Commission on this proposal for biometric. And hopefully it should arrive at 1 person, 1 vote. If not in 2022, then definitely as part of executive government plan beyond 2022, something that the nation must carry out. So in 2027, we have a biometric-based voting system, something similar to what is being deployed at India and other parts of the world, so people know they qualify to vote by the fact that they're identified in a biometric manner. This is a proposal that is sitting. It requires extensive funding and support. We may not have the funding required to go into this part ASAP, but we're working to see whether that could be used also going forward. I've spoken on a few occasions on this biometric voting. It allows for a better ID system at voting than the use and issuance of paper based on a common roll data that we usually have. We have strong view on getting the biometric system processed, and those again will be discussed at the technical working committee. The technical working committee will invite political leaders to come in and to also observe what is being worked. So it's a bipartisan approach instead of strictly an executive government function. or Electoral Commission function. Electoral Commission has also invited out Transparency International as well as National Research Institute to be part of their work in program. So we all see that it's a planning that is fair under the circumstances we are facing and the resource envelope that is available. So it will be a whole of government approach, a whole of parliament approach, a bipartisan approach, and we'll get all these key community-based organizations to also be part of us. So hopefully when we arrive in April 28, 2022, the environment is fair for all candidates to nominate. And by the time we conclude in June of 2022, the environment is fair for all our citizens to cast a vote for the leaders of their choice. Thank you very much, Mrs.
Before me, I ask him, honorable member, ask him longen. I would like to clearly you me over the honorable members of the house. Now you me all visitors establish gallery, all same house rules and phone blue you must establish silent or you would do flight mode. The next phone me harem by ring and by me ask him sergeant of arms lokam na browse him. Honorable member of Middle Ramo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, while I have this time, I'd like to say a few things before I ask my question to the Minister for Intergovernmental Relations. Now, I'd like to join the queue, as other speakers have said, to congratulate. I'd like to congratulate member for Mosby North West for his success, and he is with us now for the next 6, 7, 8 months remaining. Congratulations. Next thing I'd like to say is I'd like to thank the Prime Minister of this country, our Prime Minister, and his delegation. The first time they went to Mindoramu, to my district, my electorate, and they visited there, and they came after 45 years. Tomorrow will be 46. Thank you, Prime Minister, for your delegation. Went to my electorate during that time. Thank you so much. And whoever have accompanied with you, the ministers and others, they went together. Thank you so much for that. My question now will go to intergovernmental relations concerning about the electoral commissioners, boundary commissioners. They are in the 4 regions. They have already went there and they came back and they are compiling a report to present. And the most important things that the people are talking about in the districts for the electoral boundaries, they are not talking about electorates, but they are confused. And they are confused that they are talking about the ward or the LLG or the electorate. So if he can be able to, my question is, get these things across so that they can understand that it is only the electoral commission, the electoral boundaries they're talking about, and not the LLGs and not the ward. So if this can be clear, then we can be able to talk about it and we can see which electorate is going to be talked about, and we can bring about so that we can look into it and we can be able to make decision on that. So because I went to my electorate and they have been petitioning this to me, saying that the electorate, they're talking about the electorate, or they're talking about the ward or the LLG. So this is sort of a confusion there. So if we can be able to elaborate more there, then they can be able to see which one we're talking about. So as far as we concern, it is electoral boundaries and not other things. So after this, they can be able to know these sort of things. So at least he has to elaborate or he can clarify, and we can be able to talk about that. Because the next time they are going is the second trip they will be going to the regions to talk about. So my question is, as I've stated, get it clear on the floor so they can talk about electoral boundary and not whatever. If you want to combine all those together for the whole entire system, then we can see what's going to happen. So I would like him to, the minister concerned, to express that much so we can be able to know. Thank you so much.
Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Member for Middle Ramu. this Electoral Boundaries Commission, they only deal with electoral boundaries. They don't deal with the wards boundaries or LLG boundaries. So LLG boundaries will come back to the Department of Provincial Affairs and make necessary submissions for NEC to endorse or make a ruling. But electoral boundaries will obviously come before the Parliament to decide. So they're distinct, different things. So I hope people will not confuse as to where the boundaries are, where the council boundaries. But if in the event that they make a recommendation and the Parliament pass, then again, the appropriate thing would be to make NEC submissions, and we will know that if council's been affected, then we will sort it out NEC level. Thank you very much.
Honorable Governor of Morobe.
Thank you. I direct my question to the Prime Minister. My question is in relation to no job policy. On Monday this week, the university students from the University of Technology, they petitioned me in the presence of Member for Lay and Minister for Lands, Honorable John Rosso. I received the petition on behalf of yourself and yourself as Chairman of the National Executive Council, the Office of the Prime Minister, the Office of the Minister for Labor and Employment, the Office of the Chamber of Commerce. I then handed over that petition to the Minister to hand it over to you, and I'm sure it's with you. The students, through their SRC, demonstrated a matured and peaceful protest when they presented their petition. In their petition, they asked for COVID-19 vaccination to be made voluntary and not mandatory. And secondly, they asked for reinstatement of victims of the JAB, no job policy. And three, they asked for their response within 48 hours. Prime Minister, what is the government's position on this call or their call? Thank you.
Honorable Prime Minister.
All right, thank you, Mr. Speaker. First time through, me like to thank you long, the Governor of Morobe, long asking this like question, but more importantly also long kissing face blooming, go kissing petition long also Martin blooming long University of Technology. And let me indicate that we are government to receive petitions and to hear people's cry and to also make response that is within the context of fairness in the circumstance in which our country is faced. Last week, I was sitting in my office and there were a few mothers and sisters in our city who decided to march to the Parliament gates, and without protocol or without signaling anyone else, there was no one to pick the petition. I stooped down and I picked the petition, talked to them, addressed the mothers, also in the presence of our Clerk of Parliament who went out to the Parliament gates, and a good member for Mosby Northwest, as well as a Governor for Central who did join later. In this instance, when I was in Ley yesterday, I did inform Parliament. I was on my way to Kimbe to board a helicopter, and outside the gate, the workers of the Ley International Hotel and the associate business that the Sir Bob Sinclair has were also outside, raising issues on the no jab, no job sort of conversation that is now in discussion. Mr. Speaker, my response, and I think the University of Students are away. I did say yesterday there'll be a visit by our National Control Center to visit Ley and the employers in Ley, and they have come back yesterday. They've informed me of the visit, and they're doing a report as to what they found in discussion with the employers in Ley, and the conversation was with the Ley Chamber of Commerce, as well as some of the key employers that the protests were based around. And so when the report has fully come to office, the National Control Center will look at the National Pandemic Act and to see how best we could tailor-make that, and also entrances our people's right. And we all know, Mr. Speaker, I did explain to Parliament yesterday, I did make 1 or 2 public statements already. On record, it still exists. In fact, I have a copy of the petition here with me, and I thank our students. It has reached my office through the governor and the member for Ley. The petition number 1 says make vaccination voluntary. It still remains, it is a policy, a deliberate policy we choose right from day one. When vaccine was to be part of a global strategy, as well as our own domestic strategy to deal with COVID-19, we made it an absolute policy, clear in total clarity, that vaccine is not compulsory on anyone. At the state level, we will not make a law making it compulsory for individuals to be vaccinated. It remains their own choice whether they want to be vaccinated or they don't want to be vaccinated. And that policy remains, so let me inform through this question, through you, Mr. Speaker, to the country, that voluntary vaccination policy remains as our core policy in response to the choice of vaccination. I have been informed that some of this sensationalization that is going on in vaccination, sometimes we must speak in context. I just give information, Mr. Speaker, when talk about vaccination. Today as we speak, globally speaking, over 2.2 billion of the 7 billion plus world population has been vaccinated, Mr. Speaker. So the spin in the public space that vaccines is unsafe is speaking in that context. Over 2.2 billion people have been vaccinated. Mr. Speaker, USA alone, for instance, 53% of their population have been vaccinated. Or in real number terms, 176 million people. China, 889 million people. India, 161 million people. Japan, 60 million people have been vaccinated. All in all, adding up around 2 billion, 2.2 billion as we speak today have been vaccinated. So I just want to take this time to speak to our country, Mr. Speaker, through this question with greatest respect. A lot of spin in the public domain, especially social medias. Since when did social media become an authority in someone's life? I suddenly see some leaders who don't believe in social media are now going to social media now. Since when has social media become an authority? Of course, it spins information, but please measure those informations against credible sources of information and data. Datas don't lie. Datas, numbers don't lie. And today, as I speak, 2.2 billion people worldwide have been vaccinated. The percentage of side effect to vaccination is minute or minuscule compared to the chances of someone not vaccinated getting COVID-19 and being fatal on yourself. In fact, possible. Statistics of COVID-19 does indicate 5% of those who get COVID-19 are moved from just care at home and isolation into ICU. There are more chances of getting COVID-19 and dying than the side effect of getting vaccination and not dying. And so I do not shy away, Mr. Speaker, you can criticize me. But as responsible government, we made vaccination a voluntary choice for individuals, but we're also making vaccines available for those who choose to be vaccinated. You can debate with me on this one, but I have to respect the right of those who want to be vaccinated. They have equal right to vaccination as your right not to get vaccines. It's a freedom of choice, what we call it in our country. Rights are qualified rights, and lawyers on that side and this side knows this fundamental issue very well. Human right and rights are qualified in generic terms. And so to those who have an issue with the non-clarity on our policy on vaccination, it remains. It is a voluntary choice for individuals, whether you want to get vaccinated or you don't want to get vaccinated, it's up to you. But I just pointed to us, the statistics, global statistics shows more people are getting vaccination as we speak. The world is adapting to vaccination. Now, coming back to the issue of no jab, no job issue, our team has come back from Leh. We're looking at the localized setting to see whether the employers, and let me give credit to all employers in our country thus far. They've been very, very patient and supportive to the way we have asked them to respond to nubla passing in work environment. I'd say thank you to all those who operate hotels, restaurants, our two airline companies who operate the two big airlines in our country. Since COVID-19 came on in early 2020, when we were very hard in shutting down the country, they lost business in almost 12, I beg your pardon, 1 month, 2 months, 3 months in the first 3 months of last year when we went really hard on shutting down the economy, trying to take stock of where we are in as far as COVID-19 is concerned. And as we slowly reopen, they readjust also. Most, if not all, business have complied with the NUPLA PASIN. And they're working in the localized setting under strict NUPLA PASIN requirement to ensure they don't stop their production lines. The business do not come to a halt. You know, the same voice that advocate for many of these right issues are also the same voice that also demand medicine, demand education, demand infrastructure. We must know when the economy is functional, tax is paid, money is raised to ensure medicine is in the hospitals. Teachers are paid, schools are running. The economy earns money when the economy is functional. So finding a fine balance within the function of our economy is equally important against a bigger backdrop of individuals' rights. And so I have tasked our controller to go to Leh, find out exactly what is happening. We will now be working with National Control Team and the employers. If they have not given best attempt to a NUPLA PASIN that still also embraces the no compulsory vaccination thing, then we're looking at tailor-making this at the employer level instead of at the national level on a case-by-case basis going forward. You got different employer types in our country, Mr. Speaker, mind you. Those who operate the mining companies, those who operate hotels, and us in a public service. So one fit policy may not be good for all. We are allowing for flexibility and a tailor-made policy that is suitable so that we find a fine balance between keeping employment and keeping economy functional against the fundamental backdrop of not making vaccination compulsory to our people. So, Mr. Speaker, I want to assure our university students in Leh and assure our country and those who possibly are affected by no job policy, our government is looking at this one. At the later end of this week, we will turn around a public statement in respect to especially one or two of these areas where no job is becoming the issue in those workplaces. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable members, question time. Inokat Haskim, 45 minutes. Emikam Lohara Blonol Sam. Honorable Deputy Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I ask you of Parliament to move a motion without notice.
Sleep granted. Leave granted.
Mr. Speaker, I move that so much of the standing orders be suspended as would prevent the Minister for Treasury presenting a ministerial statement.
Question is that the motion be agreed to. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Mr. Treasurer.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I wish to update the House on our economy in the midst of the war on COVID-19. The overall message is that times are tough, very tough, and there are mixed signals on our economy. The good news is that the Marape government's steady and responsible budget repair and reconstruction is protecting the budget and protecting the economy. We are delivering on our promises. Let me begin with the highlights from the 2020 final budget outcome, or FBO, and the 2021 mid-year economic and fiscal outlook, or MAIFO. 2020 FBO. Mr. Speaker, the 2020 final budget outcome available on the Treasury website sets out how our budget performed as budgets around the world have been thrown into disarray because of the COVID-19 pandemic. It reveals that things turned out pretty close to what we predicted. We expected the deficit would be 2.7 billion kina worse due to COVID-19, rising from 4.6 billion kina to 7.3 billion. This is what happened, with total debt increasing to 40,168 million. Mr. Speaker, let me say that I am uncomfortable with this high deficit level and its implications, but I take some comfort from independent responses to the FBO. The analysis by Kina Bank states, and I quote, "This historically large deficit was not surprising amidst an unprecedented global recession," unquote. In addition, the Australian National University analysis states, and I quote again, "PNG just ran its highest budget deficit ever, but that's a good thing," unquote. Independent analysts understand what had to be done, even if the opposition had no idea on what was required. The FBO indicates the predicted massive drop in domestic revenue did occur, although it was slightly less than expected. Specifically, total domestic revenue dropped by 2.5 billion kina instead of 2.7 billion, as we've been telling everybody. From the 13.16 billion kina at the time of the 2020 budget to an outcome of 10,668 million, or 10.6 billion kina. On the expenditure front, the initial plan was to absorb COVID-19 spending into the original 2020 budget expenditure estimate of 15,843 million kina. The actual outcome was extraordinarily close to this, 15,822 million kina, only a 0.13% difference so easily the best managed expenditure budget in PNG history. The 2020 budget was delivered with even more structural changes than originally planned, despite COVID-19. Specifically, we reduced the 2020 operational budget from 12,160 million kina down to 11,913 million. Unexpected cost increases in the wages budget were more than fully offset by cuts in goods and services expenditure. Much more needs to be done to bring wage costs under control, but I was pleased that the figure is much more controlled than in previous years. There was also a pleasing increase in the capital budget from 3,683 million to 3,909 million kina, a very encouraging increase of over 25% in comparison to 2019. We are pumping out infrastructure, building new hospitals, new schools, new roads, new bridges, new wharves. You name it, we're building it. Not just in the last 2.5 years, but will continue over the next 5 years. In addition, there continued to be a very rapid increase in dispersing concessional funds from international agencies such as the ADB, World Bank, and China due to the provision of counterpart funds, which increased from 1,365 million kina to 1,568 million, or 0.2 billion kina. This is clever leveraging of our expenditure to kickstart very good capital projects. Good capital spending with high rates of return lifts our growth rate and the job and income opportunities for our people. This more rapid drawdown of concessional funding adds to our budget deficit. Overall, the change in our budget deficit of 2.7 billion kina compared to the 2020 budget was 2.5 billion kina less revenue and 0.2 billion more expenditure through this acceleration of capital expenditure projects. I am particularly pleased with the increase in the capital budget, the projects and the resultant employment and income generating opportunities that we have created. Mr. Speaker, the Marape government has managed the budget well in the worst economic conditions in a century. We have invested in a creative and responsible way that will help grow the economy for the foreseeable future. Independent, domestic, and international responses confirm that we are on the right track in dealing with the worst economic conditions that we've ever faced. Mr. Speaker, what a contrast with the irresponsible mismanagement of Peter O'Neill. 2021 mid-year fiscal and economic outlook. The MAIFO, which is scheduled to be tabled in Parliament this session, is a continuation of good economic management and budget repair. Despite ongoing socio-economic turbulence, all the indications are that we are on course to deliver the 2021 budget repair exactly as expected. We are on track to cut the deficit to 6.61 billion kina in 2021, exactly the figure provided in the budget. Indeed, the slight growth expected in the keener size of the economy means that the budget deficit decreases slightly as a share of the economy, so down from 7.3 to 7.2%. Mr. Speaker, this is also an extraordinary result. Compared to the 2020 FBO outcome, we are on track to reduce the budget deficit from 8.9% in 2020 down to 7.2% in 2021. This is a very substantial fiscal adjustment of 1.7 percentage points in just 1 year. Most countries would take 2 or 3 years to achieve such a result. And we are doing it in a responsible way, cutting debt growth as quickly as possible whilst protecting core services such as health, education, and justice sectors, and increasing investment at the same time. This has brought increasing international confidence in the Marape government's economic performance, which is in turn allowing access to highly concessional financing to replace the expensive debt inflicted on the nation by the member for Yalabu Pangia. PNG's debt interest costs are decreasing under this government. In the first 6 months of 2021, interest costs were 1.01 billion kina, less than the debt interest costs paid in the first half of 2019 of 1.04 billion kina in the cowboy O'Neill years.
Honorable Treasurer, I'm chair by me interrupting you here because he believe also some law talk you all make him also me pass lo name and he go finish me look him yeah you talk longer you talk Peter O'Neill. I think it's unparliamentary and it's dishonorable lo you make him because at that time he was acting as the Prime Minister of this country and not as Peter O'Neill or member for Yalabu Pangia. So me will statement below you and me look at I think it's more personal and it's unparliamentary, but you must rephrase him good na talk him more Sam. So I'm concerned Kamlosia, Honorable Treasurer, you may continue.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I shall review my choice of words in my next statement. Interest costs are now falling, freeing up funds for vital investments. The former government's interest costs rose by over 400%, from 460 million kina in 2012 to 2.1 billion kina in 2019. Every toya of that meant equivalent cuts to health, education, infrastructure, and services, and ultimately to the quality of life of our people. Paying off the former government's expensive debt and replacing it with cheaper debt brings some specific benefits. Mr. Speaker, the Marape government's concessional financing approach means interest costs are now expected to fall by about 170 million kina in 2021. And we are going to use the availability of this money to top up the government's tuition fee subsidy. We know COVID-19 means our families are doing it tough. And by covering more of their school expenses, they will have more money available for food, shelter, clothing, transport, and income earning opportunities. Mr. Speaker, during the past 3 years, health expenditure has increased by a very significant 370 million kina. In sharp contrast are the irresponsible, death-dealing cuts in health spending of 117 million kina in the previous government's last 3 years. But I would like to make two important points. First, despite the 27% increase in core health funding during the past 3 years, we still need to monitor and release funds much more promptly to our hospitals in a more balanced way to avoid threatened closures, which really shouldn't be happening. Second, what did the previous government's health cuts actually do to this country? In shocking information released last week from the World Bank's World Development Indicators, PNG's child vaccination rates fell to be the worst in the entire world during his prime ministership. The worst in the world for child immunization of measles, diphtheria, whooping cough, and tetanus. The worst in the world for TB vaccinations. The previous government destroyed the entire vaccination system in this country, so we became the worst in the world. Mr. Speaker, the MAIFO predicts that the kina size of the economy is expected to be 1.5 billion kina larger than expected at the time of the budget. The non-resource sector overall is performing slightly more stronger than expected, with real growth increasing from 3.3 to 3.4%. I am particularly pleased that agriculture sector growth is expected to reach 4% in 2021, thanks to the Marape government's agriculture support programs, as well as higher commodity prices. The resource sector is doing better than expected in kina terms because of higher prices. But overall production is not as high as predicted because of delays in reopening Porgera, the fire affecting Oktedi production, and delays in the Simberi mine due to environmental concerns. Overall, the real GDP growth is expected to fall from 3.5 to 1.8%. However, and this is the advice from Treasury, despite the estimated reduction in our real growth rate, the strength of commodity prices means that the kina value of the economy grows from 81.6 billion kina in 2020 to 91.5 billion kina in 2021. This is a very pleasing increase of 12%, up from 10% estimate at budget time. The MAIFO document goes through the details. It will be on the Treasury website well before Independence Day. Some revenue items are up, reflecting the increase in commodity prices. Some are down in areas such as excise, affected by lockdowns. Some expenditure items are up, especially the education spending mentioned earlier, as well as the ongoing issues of wages. Some expenditures are down, especially debt interest costs. Donor grants have been increased substantially by 413 million kina. reflecting the latest figures shown in the 2020 FBO. And this has been topped up further by the very welcoming grant budget support being provided by Australia. Thank you. Overall, both revenues and expenditures are estimated to have increased by about 680 million kina. The overall impact is that the budget deficit remains at exactly the same as predicted when the 2021 budget was presented. The path forward. Mr. Speaker, I now want to talk about the future. This government's new growth strategy reflects our economic philosophy of a more inclusive and sustainable economy, one that draws on all of our resources, both human and natural, renewable and non-renewable. We are the most culturally rich country in the world. Our forests are the lungs of the region. We are a country blessed with biological diversity. We have extraordinary untapped potential in our agriculture sector. We all know that. There is so much more we could do to make our economy more inclusive for women's participation. These are the reasons that our growth focus is on the non-resource sector. We are committed to lifting the real growth rate, after allowing for inflation, of the non-resource sector to at least 5% a year. Achieving this growth rate in non-resource GDP will also increase jobs by at least 10,000 a year. Mr. Speaker, we have a three-pronged approach to achieving higher growth rates. More growth-focused budgets, smarter support for businesses and families, and stronger institutions. More details will be provided in November and incorporated into the 2022 to 2027 medium-term budget strategy. Repair and reconstruction budgets. Mr. Speaker, we are also making important structural changes to the budgets. Growth requires investment, and focusing on investment is a key role of government. The Marape government is a government for productive infrastructure, not the wasteful and unproductive spending by the previous government on roads to nowhere and fancy buildings that have fallen into disuse and disrepair. Our spending benefits the nation, not just a handful of cronies. Budget capital investment has increased from 10 billion kina under the previous 2.5 years of the previous government to 18 billion kina in the same time period of the Marape government. A massive 8 billion kina or 80% increase. We will continue expanding the share of the budget going to capital investment as part of our budget repair and reconstruction process. This expenditure is focused on the PNG Connect program, the Marape government's signature policy, to lift growth by linking farmers and businesses to markets around PNG and around the world. We are setting a standard for funding of core services that the total budgets for health, education and law and order will grow at least in line with inflation each year. We cannot afford to have the real value of our investment in these areas fall. Mr. Speaker, as part of the budget reconstruction work, I wish this government could be making even more investment in infrastructure, health and education, and support for MSMEs and agriculture. But our hands have been tied behind our back. In 2021, the Marape government is being blamed for having to borrow 7.6 billion kina to support our vital budget expenditure. But of this amount, don't blame the Marape government for having to borrow 2 billion kina to pay off the O'Neill government's interest bill, or 1.2 billion kina to pay off the previous O'Neill government's arrears, or 1 billion kina to pay off the previous O'Neill government's very, very expensive credit suisse loan. 4.2 billion kina, well over half the 2021 borrowings, is because of the former government, the former O'Neill government's debts and the former O'Neill government's expenses. A further 2 billion kina in borrowing is because of the revenue due to COVID-19. So without the previous government and COVID-19, our budget deficit would be just 1.6 billion kina, well under 2% of GDP. So stop blaming the Marape government for taking out loans to pay off the O'Neill government's loans. And stop blaming the Marape government for COVID-19. Just look into a mirror and blame yourself. Smarter business environment. The private sector is the key to driving growth, as we all know. One of the main things the government can do to help business is to create a supportive environment. This often means government getting out of the way, reducing red tape, fixing issues under the control of government. Businesses have stated that their greatest barrier is a lack of foreign exchange. We are implementing short and longer-term actions to deal with this issue. Our better economic management means we have been able to attract billions in extremely concessional funding, which has massively lifted our net foreign exchange receipts and allowed a major clearance of outstanding foreign exchange orders in the June quarter. Indeed, one of the major reasons for our review of the Central Banking Act is to fix the foreign exchange problem created when the previous government started manipulating monetary policy for their own government's interest, and in the process undermining the central bank, and dragged BSP within the orbit of mismanagement, waste, and abuse. We are supporting new areas of growth through our economic philosophy focused on the agriculture, fishing, forestry, and other non-resource sectors. In agriculture, there are practical actions, such as the 111 million kina to local agriculture activities under our COVID-19 response. The Marape government has also created Kumul agriculture. The previous government's excessive focus on the resource sector meant they created Kumul petroleum and Kumul minerals, but failed to create a body to help drive our agriculture potential. We are working at reinvigorating commodity boards, supporting the Livestock Development Corporation to grow our cattle industry, including to feed into oxen palm production, and supporting the coconut industry to shift into white copra and downstream processing of pure coconut oil. We are also being innovative and looking at new growth opportunities. This includes strong support for labour mobility programs, which could easily generate more domestic income and net export receipts than even the PNG LNG project. Mr. Speaker, growth solutions require bringing COVID-19 under control. Countries that were success stories in suppressing the virus, such as Australia, Vietnam, and Taiwan, are now all moving to a vaccination solution. The Marape Basel government, working with international partners, will continue to support widespread voluntary vaccinations around the country and the choices of businesses to keep their workplaces safe. Stronger institutions. Mr. Speaker, strong institutions should support inclusive growth. We are working on a review of the Central Banking Act to improve the Bank of Papua New Guinea's role in monetary policy and regulation, which provides the vital framework for secure and productive investment. We are implementing a strong SOE reform program, working with international partners to improve power and water supplies around the country, another key element for supporting inclusive growth. We are also working on other fundamental structural issues in our economy, such as having the Securities Commission support the development of a secondary financial market, which should even further lower the interest costs of government, securities, and open new financing options for local investments. We are working with our independent Consumer and Competition Commission to support a stronger and more competitive economy. And I will be making further announcements on ensuring healthy competition in key economic sectors in coming weeks. In conclusion, Mr. Speaker, the last 2 years have been the hardest for any government since independence. Dealing with the worst global economic crisis in 100 years would have been easier if we had not had to deal with the disastrous legacy left with us by the previous government. But despite these tough times, our actions have led to successes and achievements, as I've outlined today. The FBO demonstrates the steady hand of government in having domestic PNG expenditure come out at almost exactly the level predicted at the time of the 2020 budget. The 2021 MAIFO demonstrates that fiscal consolidation is proceeding exactly as planned. We have the major benefit of reduced interest costs, meaning we can now restore some of the earlier cuts in tuition fee subsidies and other spending forced upon us. But I know we must do more, and that the people of Papua New Guinea expect us to do more. The Marape government is working for a more inclusive economy that leaves no one behind. We have a broad plan covering the continuing work of budget repair and reconstruction, working with our businesses to create a friendlier environment, for sharing the goods and services, both domestically and internationally. We are continuing our work to modernize and reform our institutions. In the midst of the war on COVID-19, I am fully committed as Treasurer in the Marape Basil government to continue this positive reform program for our people. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Take note of that. Point of order.
Talk, but it's only fair that we be given a bit of right to respond to some of the misleading statements that this treasurer has made to this honorable house. That is why I think it's important that we'll be given the first opportunity to do so.
Yeah, Mimakim Governor belongs is speak finish behind. I can respond on this. Thank you.
Great. I reserve my right to speak, and I would like to allow the member for Yalibu Pangiat. Enough you look sabe long and me give him space long and pass. Thank you.
All right, let me ask him now, member belong Yalibu Pangia. But before you do that, you take note of the paper that was presented. Thank you.
Thank you, through Mr. Assistant Speaker. Me talk also me move also me take a note lo paper lo treasurer. Na me like debate lo this la.
You can go ahead.
Thank you, Assistant Speaker, and I thank the treasurer for submitting very late my F4 statement to this honorable house. Mr. Speaker, by law, there's something must come up. I think the 31st of July, I think, maybe last day, or June, I think. But then close to now, some 3 or 4 moon finish land, now treasurer ikaram this la. But it's always coming late, so it's not unexpected. Lo this la kind leader ibrukim low block country blow yumi. But I'm all right. I report them report, so you can debate then. But Mr. Speaker, I thank the chair for recognizing that, this honorable treasurer is becoming used to name calling, but lack of substance. Lack of substance because the data that he is presenting, today's statement is without the actual media economic output report. It's just a political statement designed at, of course, the things that he's good at. But let me say this, some of the statements that he's making are quite misleading. I remember when we discussed the 2021 budget in November or so last year, this honorable treasurer was the one who made a promise to, in his budget papers, that our economy will grow by close to 10% after a decline in the previous year by less than 3%, by 3%. So when we replied from this side of the house, we say that he'll be a miracle man, turning this economy around by 13% in 1 year in terms of the GDP growth in our country. Today is announcing to the House that that is not the case. There's further decline in GDP. He is predicting a further decline from predicted 10% growth down to 3.5 and further to 1.8. So, Mr. Speaker, the reality out there is that the economy is not in a good shape. We all know that. This is at the back of, despite the Treasurer's good attempts, it is close to 3 years that his government and him and the Prime Minister have been in government. And from day one, he has been continuously blaming without taking responsibility of his government's actions and decisions and lack of ability to grow the economy of our country, Mr. Speaker. Since 2002 to 2008, Papua New Guinea has enjoyed economic growth, continuous economic growth within that time. Come 2019 to today, we've seen a sharp decline. The official numbers don't lie, Mr. Speaker. Whilst he's saying that we have borrowed money, yes, we have borrowed money. We've been able to repay that money. The concessional loans that the Treasury is talking about is borrowing from IMF and IMF-sanctioned loans from Australia and some of the friendlier countries. Mr. Speaker, in over close to 18 years, Papua New Guinea has never borrowed from IMF. IMF only lends to struggling economies, Mr. Speaker. The Treasury should be aware of that. When the economy is struggling, this is the last resort that countries go to borrow money. And that is what the Treasury is doing. It's not because of international confidence that he's alluding to. Mr. Speaker, what international confidence? There are no new investors in the country.
On record, no government like Japan government or no government like Australia government has made direct budget support into a Papua New Guinea government budget. Mr. Speaker, that's on record. And so that's an evidence of direct confidence in the government budgeting process, Mr. Speaker. Contrary to Mr. O'Neill's, the Honorable O'Neill's approach in expensive short-term borrowing like Credit Suisse borrowing that is engaged upon, and our nation is faced to have a 6-month turnaround at 8% interest and above. Mr. Speaker, when he says no government shows confidence, let me correct him. Australia lended at 0% interest, direct to budget, at a 5-year grace period. Japan, one of the hardest nations to even support, budget, lended at 0.01% at softest lending, all because of credibility of the budgeting process we've set up under tough times.
Mr. Assistant Speaker, well, I take note of the point of order by the Prime Minister. But, Mr. Speaker, he has got the right to respond. Right of respond.
Correct the former Prime Minister on a misstatement that the IMF is the least lender of choice. The point, as we all know, is that the least preferred lender is always the commercial banks, international commercial banks, because they sell money at the highest price. So if you're running a nation, you're a government, you want to go out and borrow, you go to concessional lenders, which are traditionally the World Bank, the IMF, and the ADB. And when those three institutions don't want to give you money, then you go looking for money in the international commercial banks such as Credit Suisse, the UBS, etc. That's where you get money at the highest price. So they are your last priority when you are looking for money to borrow. It's a misstatement to say that the IMF is your last choice. They are your first choice.
Mr. Assistant Speaker, well, I'm certain that the Prime Minister and Minister for Petroleum will have the opportunity to debate this issue when they speak. I've lost just 3 minutes while they've just been interjecting unnecessarily. But, Mr. Speaker, I think I know what I am talking about, having dealt with some of these organizations, especially IMF, as Treasurer and as Prime Minister. And I can assure you that what the Minister of Petroleum is saying is incorrect. Mr. Speaker, this is where member countries, which PNG is a member of World Bank, member of IMF, go to when they need rescue in their financial. And Mr. Speaker, this is what is happening.
Point of order. Point of order.
the former Prime Minister and the former Treasurer must tell the Parliament and the country, don't be mischievous. You fail to go to these institutions offering much lower credit to nations who are member countries. You choose to go to fundraising sources that build up a lot of debt that this government is struggling to repay, including contracts that is outstanding. And I'll come to this point later on. How many contracts we've retired as a result of you issuing contracts without settling those credits? So let's not misconfuse and pointing as if IMF is a second choice, low-class lending source. No, they have always been available. Yet we choose not to go down this path and go and borrow from friends like UBS, friends like Credit Suisse, and we're caught in this quagmire of deficit that we're struggling to get out of.
Mr. Acting Speaker, Assistant Speaker, I don't know whether who is telling the truth or not, but let the record speak for itself. I challenge the Prime Minister and his good petroleum minister to make these statements outside the Parliament and see how you can defend yourself calling people crony banks and cronies. You have instituted the inquiries, let the inquiries conclude. But, you know, it's unbecoming of leaders to come and use their parliamentary privileges to make this kind of statement. But let me say this, Mr. Speaker. The economy is not traveling well. There are more people out of jobs today than they were 3 years ago. There are more businesses closed down today than 3 years ago. I urge the Treasurer and the Minister to walk down the street and speak to the people. They will judge me at the elections day, and they will judge you too. They are not ignorant of the facts that are before us. Now we talk about massive infrastructure spending, 18 billion kina, that the Treasurer is talking about. What infrastructure? Please name the one to this Honorable House. 18 billion kina is not small money. We should be changing all the highways in the country and all the bridges and everything in the country. Most of them that are ongoing now are from previous governments. Our arrangements with ADB and all the other banks that we have borrowed money on, which are also concessional loans. So it's about time this government talks about its achievements and what it is doing to rescue the economy. You have had a decline in the economy from 2019 GDP. When we took over government in 2011, it was below, around about 40 billion in a GDP in our country. In 8 years, we doubled it. These are official records, Mr. Speaker, to 84 billion kina. Yes, we borrowed money, but we built the economy. We provided jobs. Businesses' confidence was there. Investment, foreign direct investment was coming into the country. That is why businesses grow. In fact, in 2020, now the Treasury is proud that the GDP has declined. It has declined now through your final budget outcome, which says to 81 billion kina from 84. You are having a further decline in 2021. That's nothing to be proud of, Mr. Speaker. That's not nothing to be proud of. COVID economies around the world are growing. Just simply look at Australia, you know. A good member from Medan can have a look at Australia. And have a look. Your favorite lender. Mr. Speaker, when you look at revenue, the revenue has declined, but we are keeping our expenditure levels very high. As budgeted, I think it was about 19 billion kina. No cuts in expenditure. When you have your revenue decline, no got money come inside, you cut your expenditure as well. But no got, projects money must go yet. We're spending money on projects that are ghost projects around the country. And everybody out there thinks that we are spending money on political projects. At least I can say I borrowed and I can go to any province in this country, including TVWAN, where I still the road from Blumsky all the way down to Namatana, from TVWAN. ADB funded that. I can name projects.
Point of order.
I would prefer the member for Yalibu Pangi to limit his comments on electorates to his own. You're misleading the parliament and you are lying. You are a liar. The Boliminski Highway that was sealed in New Ireland started in 2005 by me when I was governor, not by the incumbent. Number two, the remainder of the Boliminski Highway was funded by an Australian government project. Not yourself, you provided not one toya. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, to correct him.
During our time, Mr. Speaker, we had development partners and the treasuries again. The treasuries again. Of course, we borrowed money from Australia.
Point of order has been taken.
ADB. You look at the funding of the TVWAN airport. That's ADB funded during our government.
Point of order.
I just want to make it clear to the Parliament, we are not here to just fight for our own districts. All right. The Australian government gift to the Boliminski Highway is a commitment made in the Lear Memorandum of Agreement. It does not belong to the Treasurer. It never happened during his time. I forced it to make it happen in Mr. Peter O'Neill's time. And I'd like to thank the Prime Minister that he activated that commitment under the Lear MOA. It did not happen in your time. So don't talk about the incumbent government. Talk about the 64 million you have not revealed to the people of New Ireland.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, all I was saying is that the revenues are coming down, and this economy is affecting all of us, every citizen in this country. It's our equal responsibility to make sure that we turn this economy around and make sure it functions. The government needs to address new revenue measures, making sure that we build the confidence of our businesses that are shutting down because there is no business activity on the ground. Whilst we can sit here and pretend that that's happening, it is not happening. Mr. Speaker, when you have a fiscal deficit today of almost 7.3 billion of outcome in 2020 that the Treasury is saying, 7.3 billion, that is the highest that we have ever recorded in a single year in the history of our country. In a single year. The second highest, Mr. Speaker, that is talking about will be in 2021. 2021, we will have the second highest deficit of over 6 billion kina, meaning that our economy will shrink again. So, Mr. Speaker, it is in our interest to make sure that we work together to cut in costs. Non-priority expenditure must stop immediately. The wages blowout must be addressed immediately, not next year. Mr. Speaker, the public service machinery is costing us too much money, and government is not addressing it. It's turning a blind eye. Mr. Speaker, I think that the capital expenditures that they are talking about, this unnecessary issue of checks and broken ground local tablo country must stop. It must stop. Every toya that you spend adds up to be something of an amount. People are saway, or you play right in check round land, people are saway. You know, something blow right. But you know, Mr. Speaker, some of us are missing out because we are on the wrong side of the floor. Our DSIPs are not being paid. But Mr. Speaker, as long as it is saving our people, we don't mind. But where there are no outcomes, that's where we mind. A capital expenditure budget of 18 billion kina that the Treasury is talking about, it's not an insignificant amount. It is quite a large amount. And that kind of spending unnecessarily, just at the back of an excuse of COVID, will not get us anywhere. But Mr. Speaker, let me say this. The final media MIFO economic fiscal outcome will come out shortly. We will make the comments when we see the details of it. We are not going to engage in a name-calling banter here today. But, Mr. Speaker, let me just say my conclusion on one matter, where the Treasurer mentioned about Bank of Papua New Guinea. He said that the governments of the past have continuously intervened or interfered with the performance of the central bank. That is not quite true, Mr. Speaker. We have always respected the independence of the central bank. There is not one correspondence or one direction that governments have given in the past to the central bank, because central bank is independently responsible for our monetary policy. And that must be respected. The current review that is going on is welcome, but the political appointees on that, this must not be a politically driven review, Mr. Speaker. It is dangerous for the country, and it is dangerous for our economy. At least we have one independent body that is functioning, Mr. Speaker, managing our monetary policy. Government must stick to their fiscal policy. That is where your responsibility lies. Don't overstep your mark. And this is where we need to be careful about making sure that our economy is protected. Because if we don't grow our economy, and when we don't make sure that our economy continues to be performing, there will be no jobs, there will be no businesses, there will be no new investment in the country. And that is precisely what is happening today, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for allowing me to say a few words. Thank you.
The Honourable Governor for Isabik.
Mr. Speaker, it seems to me that we are abrogating the responsibility to the country by apportioning blame, Mr. Speaker. And we also seem to be ignoring the fact that in the Treasurer's statement, he made it very clear. And we all know this, but somehow when we are debating, we try to defend our own position. The last time the world faced a global pandemic was 100 years ago. None of us were alive at that time. There is no precedent in how a world deals with a global pandemic. You may crossfire lo illegal road blow mina, bridge blow mina, classroom na, toilet na. We are forgetting the fact that we are price takers in this global economy. Mr. Speaker, as Chairman of Plans and Estimates, I appeal to the House that we have to put our petty differences aside. The whole world has to figure a way out of this pandemic. This pandemic is causing a global catastrophe. Mr. Speaker, 2 weeks ago, the price of shipment of one container, 20-foot container, all around the world, increased by $1,000 for a 20-foot container. The price to move a 40-foot container increased by $2,000 for one simple reason. All get a container blow shipping cargo ya. All in lockup. China was manufacturing, China was exporting to the rest of the world because they were the first ones out of the pandemic, Mr. Speaker. Now all Western countries all importing cargo from China. Now get a container go na siliblo hub. Papua New Guinea is currently short of containers. The price of coffee, Mr. Speaker, Robusta coffee just went up. It went up because Vietnam is unable to move the coffee out of their country to the global markets because of a shortage of containers. Now, Mr. Speaker, as members of parliament, we should be better informed than the average Papua New Guinean on the street so that we can debate here with intelligence and understanding. It is our job to find a way out of this crisis for our people. Yes, me understand now. You know, with respect to the member for Yalibu Pangia, he cannot deny that there were serious happenings during his time at the helm of the country. I sat on that side of the House and I argued against some of those things. But problem lo miblaya, and I think I see it now when I'm on this side of the House. Time of the Prime Minister sanap na tok. Mibla ogra sa benim taso. We never question, Mr. Speaker. And the predicament that our country is in now would not have happened had we had a sovereign wealth fund, Mr. Speaker. All get a desla hatwok law. Grand Chief Sir Michael Somarena, government blongem. Hato ki kam na mipla supposedly got 1+ sovereign wealth fund in 2011. We threw the sovereign wealth fund out into the street. Now you mean no got money. Time no good come na hitim country, and we don't have any money. So we have to borrow, whether we like it or not. Suppose tomorrow Nupla Prime Minister come inside lot 2022. Mr. Speaker, I want to be on record to say that that Prime Minister will actually have to borrow again. How do I know? Because you just have to check every other government on this planet. Every government is borrowing. Because they got no choice. I'll give you an example. If you go onto the Australian government website now you check him, this is from the Australian government. This year, while we borrowed, what is it, 6 billion, 7 billion kina? The Australian government this year is borrowing $191 billion. They're borrowing close to 500 billion kina. Now, the Australian government was operating on surpluses for a number of years. They never borrowed. Why are they borrowing now? Because of COVID-19, Mr. Speaker. And those of us who are leaders in this House need to understand why, so that we can make the decisions that are important for our people. The Australian government chose to borrow because they had no choice. Now, if you look at the Australian government, Mr. Speaker, they are planning for 5 years ahead. How many years are we planning, honorable members? And Mr. Speaker, you also head the legislature. How many years are we planning ahead for our people? Or you may cross fight the solo DSIP na, Liglig highway blow you mean na, bris na, barret na, toilet na. What about the next 5 years? That's our job. Our job is to look ahead and to see the problems, to see the potholes. Now you must rere na go come up. You know you mean gure nating abus na puna ni go down the hole, which is precisely what we are doing now. We must change the way we do business, Mr. Speaker, in this House. You must start to talk through na talk straight. Hey, come up okay, you may look something to yes, me aso apinis. You may send it na move forward. Not to continue to throw mud at each other. That's not helping our people outside, Mr. Speaker. I give you another example. The New Zealand government, again, one of our neighbors, the New Zealand government is expecting to borrow $100 billion just this year. They never borrowed in the past, not in the recent past anyway. Second record blown. They are going to increase their borrowing by 73%. And we are complaining about a lousy what? 3% increase? 10%? Well, the New Zealand government is going to borrow 73% of what they need in their budget for their people. What are we doing for our people, Mr. Speaker? That should be the more important question. We shouldn't be debating We should be trying to figure out how to find a way forward for our people, Mr. Speaker. The New Zealand government are planning that by 2025, they are going to borrow up to 46% of their GDP. And they're borrowing about 500 billion kina. What I would like to see on behalf of the civic people, Mr. Speaker, is a plan put on this floor. And I would like to say this because I'm part of this government. And I would be irresponsible to my people if I did not ask to see a 5-year plan on the floor, Mr. Speaker. How much money by me borrowing next year? How much by me borrowing the next couple of years in 2025? Why 2025? Because it's also a magic number for us, Mr. Speaker. By 2025, our revenues from the resource projects kick in. Now we need to see some calculation presented in front of all these honorable leaders, and let's debate that, Mr. Speaker. You may debate in this la good la something. Now you may go one bill, now you may go come up law 2025. You may not get passing mine, na gurian, na pundan kirap, now you may come up law 2025. Our people need to look at us with some confidence that we know what we're doing as a parliament, both opposition and government, Mr. Speaker. There's like a petty fight here. You may also lilig mangi, you may pilay mabol na fight and need last blow mango here. It's unacceptable. That is the challenge before us. How do we get out of the pandemic? Our two nearest neighbors, Australia and New Zealand, are planning to get out of it within 5 years. You may come out one in time. That, Mr. Speaker, is what I would like to see. Because I think that's what the people of Papua New Guinea want to see. And I'm sure the people of East Sepik definitely want to see that. Because our priority, Mr. Speaker, priority beli me one year DSIP na PSIP. You may come cross-pipe lo this stuff. But what about the greater good for the country? Mr. Speaker, we should be investing right now in the strategic assets. Now, the former Minister for Planning and the former Deputy Prime Minister, the Honorable Charles Abel, he presided over a very important document. And that was the Strategy for Responsible Sustainable Development, Mr. Speaker. In that, we were talking about moving to a green and a blue economy. No time, me hari one presentation lo this la floor, where we are actually shifting our country towards that outcome. That was a very good document. Author Blongemi sit down and upside stop, yeah? Are we going to shelve that document just because the honorable member is in the opposition? I don't think so. It's a work that belongs to the people of Papua New Guinea. We should pick it up. We should be pushing for those things because, Mr. Speaker, as a result of this global pandemic, other countries are already shifting their economies into the blue and green spaces. Now, Mibla no even move yet. Mibla cross-pipe lo DSIP na, PSIP na. Mibla lagi in school na, breeze na. Mibla lagi toilet na. Mibla lagi in classroom ya, Mr. Speaker. Mibla no even thinking lo blue-green economy, Mr. Yet, there's a document here, Mibla rerim finish na stop. We were actually a year ahead of the United Nations on such a development, Mr. Speaker. I would like to challenge us to start to do those sorts of things that we talk about and aspire to in our constitution. All Lapun, Papa, before you all been working on 1972, you may not still working yet now. We need to be doing that, Mr. Speaker. Borrowing is serious business. You may not pass in mind, I go inside. Mr. Speaker, I want to make a couple of suggestions because I don't want to see another report in here that does not talk about the future. We can talk about the past and throw mud as much as we like. We can talk about today, but I want to know what's in it tomorrow for the young Papua New Guinean that's currently sitting in the classroom. 70,000 young Papua New Guineans are going to finish grade 12 this year, all by Noga walk. How many more are going to come out of university, all by Noga walk? We need to be dealing with that challenge, even with COVID-19 here. And if we have to borrow, which I have no doubt we will be talking about borrowing again next year. You may borrow. Let's agree as a country, but let's borrow and no can you go na walk one road blow, you may spin one fancy car on top. Let's go and build a road and a wharf that's going to bring production out into the wharf and out somewhere else. Na salim this la production. That's what I want to see us talk about, Mr. Speaker. I want to see us do those sorts of things that previous parliaments did not do. And I want to challenge especially government because this is my government and I wanted to do those things, Mr. Speaker. I wanted to do it. And Mr. Speaker, the responsibility falls on you as Wasman Blodisla House. The legislature needs to be stronger. And I concur with your sentiments this morning, Mr. Speaker, about us properly funding your office so that you are able to hold, able to do that since independence. And it's a structural flaw that results in executive governments doing whatever they like. It needs to stop, Mr. Speaker. All our MPs here, only representing people below Nasindonia, Mr. Speaker. We need to figure out, Sindonim Yumi, outside the parliament, before we come to the floor, explain the budget to us properly. Not just come na put in loyana. We have to read this. I mean, we get about what, 20 books or something. Who in his right mind is going to read all those books, Mr. Speaker? Misa opim tasoli go na milukim isipik, na miridim lo isipik tason, na milusintil olgaranar. That won't do, Mr. Speaker. Our leaders need to understand this is a subject of budget and how it relates not only to their district, but to their people as well. So that only can go back now, explaining to people blow. So time you make that kind of debate, or say one play talk no a wrong blow you, and another talk no a wrong blow you. Mr. Speaker, we are appropriately educated, so we understand that it's neither here nor there. You can shoot in pinga go come, but house you may all get a silip kirap long eme. Have by you may all get a current. You know, member blow. Yalibu Pangia by Karimo, treasurer or current prime minister. Everybody is going to carry it, Mr. Speaker. My final point, Mr. Speaker, is this. All get a public money, you miss spending here. Now you may come, you may harim losla budget 7 billion, 18 billion, kind number yeah. These are just numbers. What we need to do, we need a mechanism, Mr. Speaker. And I would like to see a parliamentary mechanism if there are no other mechanism. You may go out na sekim. Suppose you may go na spend him 300 million lo Wampla province. Okay, you may go na sekim, that's 300 million I'm carrying one kege. Or you may go spending nothing law. Working bilas na, look nice na. Winning election na go cap. We need to stop that. If you come and spend 500 million in my province, then the people of Isipik need to account to the rest of the country how you may using this money name carrying one kege. I would like to see, Mr. Speaker, that sort of reporting on the floor of this House. Because that is the sort of thing that I think our people deserve to know. Only must have it. How you may using money belong all. Because you may call him all kind of infrastructure and one something here. All those infrastructures have not resulted in an increase in our GDP, and that's a fact. The only time we saw a substantial increase in GDP was when the late Grand Chief Sir Michael Thomas Somare was the Prime Minister of this country between 2012 and 2011. And the record proves it. And he did that off the back of an LNG project where he was brave enough. And I commend the people of Southern Highlands who stood by him and made that happen. We need to repeat that sort of performance. But we can't do it, Mr. Speaker, if we don't go and check all this nice infrastructure me fighting brosco kam longemia. One em kai this all infrastructure karim. Suppose me planning banana, me need lo harvesting banana. You know me planning banana na bilas nothing na noga kai blongem. With that, Mr. Speaker, I thank you for this time.
Before CIME Kimon Bla, Honorable Member Long Bed, I'm like to clear all Honorable Members of Parliament, also my House rules that all Member of Parliament, no kirab gona story lo narbla Member of Parliament time Parliament is in session. Me now ask him, the Honorable Member of Electoral, to make him debate law.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you for giving me an opportunity to make some short remarks in response to the statement by our Speaker. But with all due respect, Mr. Speaker, I think it is appropriate that when we are debating particular reports, whether they be final budget outcomes or mid-year economic fiscal outlook reports, we need to actually cite the report. And we need to be given an opportunity to be able to respond to the details in that report. It's not sufficient just to refer to a sort of unannounced publication on the Treasury website, and we're here attempting to, with a report that we have not cited yet. So bearing that in mind, and bearing in mind that the Treasurer has made a series of statements relating to different aspects of the economy, the COVID, so-called COVID acquittals, and different ad hoc statements on the economy, it's difficult to make a comprehensive response. We end up making ad hoc responses to a very plain and simple statement that continues to seem to be just based on blaming the former government continuously without the numbers sort of adequately behind it, or indeed an approach that he keeps putting to Parliament that seems to be just heavily weighted on debt and justifications for more debt. We are now 18 billion kina into debt, added 63% to our debt stock in Papua New Guinea. We've exhausted pretty much every avenue for borrowing around the world, and yet we are patting ourselves on the back saying it's our credibility and they're giving it to us because we form credible approaches to the economy and so forth. The reality is we're surviving on international help because they're coming to our rescue, because we're stuck. We can't help ourselves. On the back of COVID, we've got no money, so the lenders of last resort, like IMF, come in and international rescue package for developing countries that can't help themselves at this stage. That's the reality. But we use all kinds of rhetoric to blame so that we can somehow get credit for it. We are thankful for this support from the international partners, but they're stepping in because we are stuck as an international effort.
We have a point
to help
of order.
all COVID-suffering countries.
Honourable Member, we have a point of order.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Sorry to apologize to interject with the member for Alatau, but they keep repeating the same statement of IMF a last resort. So on account that he has been the treasurer and the former prime minister, perhaps they can provide a clause or policy in the IMF that states we are the last resort, because I can't find any. Thank you.
Honourable Member Palatau.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yeah, look, the reality is, what is the purpose of the IMF? The institution of the IMF is set up with member countries contributing, being more primarily the developed countries of the world, contribute there, and the primary function of the IMF is to step in when countries, developing countries, have balance of payment issues. They're struggling to sustain their budgets, they're struggling to meet their international obligations. That's the primary function of the IMF. You see, so in fulfilling that mandate, it's stepping in when countries like us are stuck with our backs to the wall. That's the function of the IMF. It's not there as a commercial lender to those of us coming to them proposing to borrow from them to access their cheap financing. That cheap financing is available, made available by developed countries to developing countries that are in balance of payment crisis. That's the function of the IMF. The COVID is an extraordinary circumstance, but leading to such situations. So they're stepping in as sort of the lender of last resort to countries that are in such situations. It's not just Papua New Guinea. There's a whole range of developing countries that are in such a position, exacerbated by COVID. But coming to the COVID point, because we love to blame COVID, COVID, COVID. And yes, COVID is extraordinary. It is causing pain all around the world. But I say to us here in Papua New Guinea, sometimes when I look at the situation, are we overreacting to COVID? Thousands of our people have been put out of jobs, shutting down all sorts of industries, bringing in all these new restrictions. Yes, we are trying to be responsible in our response, but after 1 year, 2 years, when we're seeing the actual effect of COVID in Papua New Guinea, are we overreacting to it? Are we making ourselves suffer unnecessarily? Are we using COVID as sort of something to blame everything on COVID, to give us excuses for some of these restrictions? What is actually happening with COVID in the country? It would be nice to see how many thousands and thousands of people have died from COVID so far. That we are going to the extent of stopping people's jobs. Hundreds. Is it going to be thousands of people stopped accessing work? We've already put thousands of people out of job through Pogara and shutting down the forestry industry, using COVID. Now we're stopping people from accessing work, saying no jab, no job. Let's think about it. Are we causing unnecessary pain on our people using this COVID? I mean, let's really look at it. What pain is this COVID response causing against the actual COVID causing? People are going hungry today. We are putting people off jobs. But I haven't seen hospitals full of COVIDs, and certainly down in Milne Bay, people are getting on with life as normal here. COVID is like something that I will not believe in COVID now, yeah? So we just got to think, because again, budgetary-wise too, economy is struggling, people are losing jobs, we are putting all kinds of extraordinary measures on our people. But what is the reality of the COVID effect in Papua New Guinea? We need to understand. Mr. Speaker, we continue. What we want from the government is some kind of economic response. It's no good to say we got COVID, everything is struggling, so you mean just borrow more. We shut down Pogara. Papua LNG gas agreement was signed. Already, look, Kirab construction. We had the Wafi Golpu project 2 has been pending. You got Frida River stop. You look at the Solwara project. Forestry industry, we sort of up in this log export tax levy gone up to 60%. Thousands of jobs were also lost through this one. We got so many resources, but we seem to be only talking about COVID and borrowing. We have borrowed 18 billion so far. It's been 2.5 years, 3 years. We need to look at some of the solution and option rather than borrowing only. Because plenty of opportunities stop, but we're just not accessing them. We seem to think that only option is to borrow. No, we got plenty of opportunity. I think we just need to take a serious look at some of the opportunities before us, and you may concentrate. Treasurer, you're talking about the economy. Concentrate on some of the opportunities that we could have seized them rather than delay, go, and then we are talking about the only option is debt. My concern is in the next budget, you are exhausting all our opportunity for borrowing. Tamila go back to IMF or World Bank or ADB or Australia, Japan, nobody talking up now. People come to limit finish. And then we are stuck now because how are we going to fund the budget? You borrow 6 billion, 7.2 billion, 6 billion again 2021. 2022 Barcelona now. Because we are not progressing some of the other options in the picture. We are just borrowing. Okay, now you talk like taxing central bank now. Go inside like, change law regulation. You by forcing central bank law borrowing in law government. That's the danger. Because you become desperate now. The last thing you going to touch in central bank. So let's be very careful, responsible. Now look at all the options on the table. Let's get some economic projects moving. Open up the forestry industry. Tourism is down, order something down. And you looking at like COVID now. We are overemphasizing on COVID, I think, trying to do the right thing. But reality stop now, people are suffering. So what we just want is a bit more balance in this, rather than blaming the former government and talking about the reason for death and all this. Good luck, you balance him legally to bring some of the other positive. God has blessed us with so many things, but I think we're not really taking advantage of some of those opportunities. So anyway, Mr. Speaker, we will look closely at the MAIFO and come up with some more comprehensive response to a declining economy and a rising debt and rising unemployment, and do our best to make a constructive debate. But otherwise, we look forward to a bit more constructive solutions to this, the pain and suffering our people are going through today. Thank you.
You have Honorable Minister for Environment.
I'd like to basically join colleague members of Parliament to make a small contribution to this debate. I'd like to begin by, at the outset, state here that what we have been facing is not an isolated issue, but the global economy had contracted. And this is simply because for the fact of a faceless monster, a juggernaut called climate change. Climate change had made the entire world to dance to its music. Papua New Guinea is not isolated. Under the circumstances, we must give credit where it is due. And I'd like to commend the Treasurer and the Prime Minister for the leadership that they have taken in this difficult time. Mr. Speaker, we had the opportunity, under the circumstances and the situations when we were able to be lended by money, we took the right option and addressing some of those impediments that was derailing the economy of this country. And one of them, and I don't want all of us to forget this, we had expensive loans up front. It was like we putting the cart before the horse. We were not in a position to repay those expensive loans. We were only repaying the interest. And I'd like to commend the government, and especially the leadership that was provided by the Treasurer, who actually took the opportunity to ensure that some of those loans, the principals, were repaid. There should be no blame game in this argument. Because, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to advise all members of Parliament here that climate change will not go away. Recently, it has been reported that we have gone past the point of no return. Temperatures are increasing. Challenges are real. You look at the rainfalls. You look at the amount of storm, tornadoes, etc., that is hitting the coastlines all around the world, including Papua New Guinea. Coastlines of Papua New Guinea, including the autonomous region of Bougainville, are being washed away as a consequence of the challenges faced by this. Mr. Speaker, we have the rise of new diseases that are coming up, and this government, as a responsible government, is in a position to mitigate them. But we need the support of everyone on the floor of this Parliament. I'd like to basically make a few remarks in terms of the economy. It is a reality that we don't expect miracles because at the moment, Octedi is either out of production or it's not producing its maximum. Of course, we know that the Pogara remain closed in the best national interest. Until at such time we decide as to how we'll take Pogara into the future, this will happen. The gold will not run away, it's going to stay here. Look at Simberi, the issues with the DSTP and at SATS. I made sure as the responsible minister that they had to get it fixed before production will resume. But what can we do as a country? And I am thankful that that has been brought up in other debates, in other contributions, is that we now have got to look at the other alternatives. We have got to extend the economic base of this country. Let's look at our primary produce, like copra, coffee, and cacao. Let us invest them. Our low-hanging fruits in the primary industries is the plantation sector. There were impediments that was responsible for the demise of those plantations. But they're not difficult, and I am pretty sure that we will bring them into production. Next year and going to the future, we will still borrow money to fund the economy. But I must commend this government because in this year, we were able to implement at least 99.87% of what was budgeted. We only have a deficiency of only 0.13%. No government that in the past had ever implemented the budget fully or up to that rate. So we now into the future, we will borrow money so that we can be able to revive the plantations. We have coffee. You look at all the plantations in the Wagi Valley. I would like to see those plantations in the Wagi Valley must be revived. In the Asaro and Gorka Valley, look down at Kainantu. Of course, in Chimbu, Gramdumle, good plan. We can plant plantations, but we are some small growers. You look at the coconut industry. In case we may never know, you see, we have the opportunity now to piggyback on Nigerian palm oil and export the coconut oil right to the market that they have established in Europe and in Great Britain. Let's look at cacao. You look at the autonomous region of Bougainville. They used to be the biggest producers of cacao. And of course, in other parts of the country, the temperature is changing. So in other places where we never grow cacao, we are growing cacao, thanks to Karumui in Chimbu province. But, Mr. Speaker, rather than talking down the economy and talking down the performances of the government, it is only fair that we must be able to give credit where it is due. And on the same tone, Mr. Speaker, let us look at our manufacturing industries. Let us look at the textile industries. And of course, light industries. We are fortunate that we have a special economic zone act already been enacted at Parliament. Let us capitalize on them and basically now start reviving our economy. So, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to basically, with a few concluding notes, to thank the government for basically managing the economy during this most difficult time. And the challenges ahead will always remain simply because, and don't forget, we have gone past the point of no return, and we will always have prevailing circumstances, whether this government or any government in the future will deal with. Thank you.
The Honorable Governor for Gulf.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, me too like join him, colleagues Lomilo debate. The statement belong Treasurer. I want to say, Mr. Speaker, that I concur with some of the statements that were made. We are in difficult times. We must accept that. This government, in my view, the Treasurer the Prime Minister, the Deputy PM, the Cabinet have tried the best. These are very difficult times. We've never faced this before. During 90s, early 90s, up to 97, under Sir Julius and I, we faced similar time. But in that time, the economy was small, but we had a balance of payments problem. We had no money in the bank to pay for, one, government debt, and two, to service the economy in terms of foreign exchange. So what are we facing today, Mr. Speaker? Mr. Speaker, we're facing a situation where we do have a foreign exchange crisis. We have a situation where, as rightly pointed out by the former Prime Minister and the former Treasurer, that we've gone to the IMF to draw down on our special drawing rights as members of the IMF. To do what? To service balance of payments and to see if that can be sterilized into economy through the central bank into PNG government coffers. The question remains, Mr. Speaker, is whether the central bank is doing its job. Is it doing its job? In my view, Mr. Speaker, I would say it is not. It has not translated IMF loans. It has not translated the monies that it has been getting and making it available to the government of Papua New Guinea, to the financial institutions, and to the banks to ensure that government policies are supported, Mr. Speaker. Also, along that vein, the government has to seriously look at savings that are there in the economy and to ensure that these savings, especially the super funds, are used to support government activities, to grow the economy, to build agriculture roads, to maintain the main highways of our country, so that the existing economy can support us in this difficult time. Mr. Speaker, we all know that population is growing at a higher rate in our country than economic growth, and that relates very much to the declines in GDP and in government's ability to support infrastructure and to support the economy. But as I said, there are things that a government can do. Start with the central bank. Look at the exchange rate policy as well. Mr. Treasurer, in your review, do not be afraid. Do not be afraid. The central bank and other institutions of government need to be reviewed. Do not be afraid, Prime Minister, to make sure that all public servants which run the public sector, which run the budget, which is 1/3 of the economy of his country, that those of us who are working Get a jab. I got a jab. Get a jab to make sure that your bureaucracies are working to the extent that they can. The government departments, statutory bodies, all of us, we need to get the vaccination. How do we support the economy? There is no choice. The private sector is going ahead because they know that if one of their workers is infected with COVID in the workplace, it affects the families, it affects the other workers in that workplace, and it affects the overall productivity and shuts that business down. We are all interrelated in an economy called Papua New Guinea. One decision that we make at our level affects everyone. So we need, in my view, to take the jab, especially the government. The government must now start to be proactive. People living in the villages, we can say they have a choice. But it is our responsibility as a government to take the lead. Starting with us, members of parliament. Prime Minister, you've taken the jab. Some of us have taken the jab. Others are holding back. Let's focus, if we want, on getting PNG moving to take the jab. Mr. Speaker, we talk about apportioning blame. I want to thank the government that it has not embarked on off-the-record loans. It is starting to clear the very high-interest loans from commercial banks and from investment banks that the previous government undertook. I support the Treasurer in the stand that the government has taken. Please keep it that way. When you come to the financing of a government's equity in Pogra, Piniang, and the other new projects that are coming, Papua included, I urge you to look for as much concessional funding as possible. But I join my fellow MPs to please beg you, let's get this project off the ground. Because this government expenditure can assist to grow the economy so much in a small way, but it's only the big projects that have a bigger impact right throughout the whole country and economy. So on a smaller scale, I congratulate the Minister for Agriculture for the price support that he has given to the various commodities that has seen an increase and against the trend nationwide in the rest of the economy, the agriculture sector is actually growing. And he's doing the right thing. We need to support him. And we need to support all the other sectors that are needing help in order to grow, especially those that are in the productive sector. And we, as a government, must look at what we're doing ourselves. The Treasurer was very happy with himself for keeping government expenditure down at the macroeconomic level. That's good. However, in the provinces, Treasurer, you know, for example, in my province, our department budget of 106 million kina at the second quarter review, I'm sad to say, but we only received 14 million kina. So how do you expect my province and the other provinces to deliver the basic services as we have agreed by law under the function grant. So these are issues, Mr. Speaker, that we can pick up, that you must look at carefully as you dissect what you're giving to the provinces and to the department that rely on you. On that issue and on projects, it is important we ensure that we provide in the cash flows either upfront or for the quarter, that the full amount that is appropriated and is requested to the various agencies. The rising cost of living out there in the streets is real. It is real. And, Treasurer, we need to all act responsibly. Us in the provinces, we have a role to play. Involve us in some of the things you're doing. We have problems with law and order. We have problems with land disputes. We've got problems, especially for Central, Gulf, and the Motukweta, in the unfair distribution of GSTs. As I said, the vital highways, national highways of our country, we need to distribute funds equally in terms of maintenance. Minister Nali is aware of my concerns on certain sections of the Berena-Malalawa Road that myself and the member for Karikuhiri have been raising time and time again. These are essential highways that we must maintain and give money fairly to all the regions of our country. Mr. Speaker, it's not time, once again, let me repeat, to apportion blame. Let's unite behind the Treasurer and let's ensure that this government delivers in the next year or so what we can do. To have and to commit ourselves to a 5-year plan now is a fallacy, because the next government, when it comes in, will of course review it and change it. We're in difficult times, and I commend the Treasurer. Even though the Maya 4 is late, it will be here. We will have a look. I can predict that it will not change much. It will not change anything. It will still reflect the same situation that the Treasurer has reported to the Parliament today. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Minister for Justice.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me the opportunity to respond to the Treasurer's speech. I'll try and keep it short. I'd like to first commend the Treasurer on his speech on the mid-year economic report, fiscal report. I mean, for the benefit of the members, I think it was earlier raised by the former Prime Minister and member for Yalibu, is the date that this report is due. So it's actually provided by legislation under Section 9 of the PNG Fiscal Responsibility Act that requires the presentation of the mid-year report by the end of July. If not July, then 6 months after the last report. So we are now in the early stages of September, so it's essentially a month late from the first date, not months late, a month late, so to speak, and also within the 6 months between the last budget report. But, Mr. Speaker, this report is timely in a time that not only PNG but the globe is affected by COVID. It is real. Other countries have shut their border. Other countries have shut down their own citizens. This is not something to take lightly. So even talking about promoting our tourism, who will fly here when they can't even fly out of their own country? This is the reality of the world we now live in COVID. On the issue, Mr. Speaker, on IMF. Now it's important that we put some context into the issue of IMF. While the former or current Shadow Minister for Treasurer raised that the last point of call is an issue when a country faces balance of payments. So when did the Marape government go to IMF? Did we go after 3 or 4 years after running the economy down?
We have a point of order.
Slight correction, Mr. Speaker. I'm not the Shadow Treasurer. That is, in fact, Honourable Lelang. That's all. Thank you.
Point of order is in order.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Did the Marape government go to IMF soon after assuming office, having a full assessment of the real state of the economy of the country, or did we go after 3 years of running it into the ground and then needing to go to IMF? And the answer is it went soon after we took office. On the basis we had a fair assessment of the state of the economy, balance of payments, and in terms of our debt issues and more so governance. Now, why a lot of developing countries do not go to IMF is because IMF not only provide technical advice, but more concern to them is they ensure a high degree of governance. When you borrow from them, as a member country, there is conditions in how you spend the money. Because clearly, if you have an issue with your economy and you don't have cash, you clearly misspent it somewhere. And becoming a member country for IMF, its idea is to protect other members' economy. And on that basis, by offering cheap concessional loans, but also ensuring governance. And this is why some developing countries who run by people who are basically known for misusing money or misspending money through whatever corrupt means or bad investments like 1.5 billion US UBS loan, they would struggle to get support from IMF because they would struggle adhering to governance structures. Yes? So this is what the central issue when you go to IMF. You have to clean up your books and clean up your act. And if you don't, they don't lend you the money. On the issue of the debt, I'd like to acknowledge the Treasurer for actually providing data. When we were members of the opposition, it was very difficult to get data on what PNG's real debt was. And he states clearly that it is 40 billion. I think he left out the GDP% ratio, though. But to give context, the Japan's current GDP, what you borrow versus against what the growth of your economy is 256%. So they are essentially double borrowed, twice the size of their economy. So why are they able to borrow so much? It's because they have sensible spending. And the problem with PNG and why we created a law that blocks us from borrowing is because we have a history of misspending money recklessly. But unfortunately, we're in COVID. So we were one of the lowest GDP debt ratios, down to 35% required in law. Other countries do not create a law to block the government borrowing, only Papua New Guinea, because we have a bad record of borrowing too much and spending it badly. So while our debt is at 40 billion, the issue now going forward is to keep the country afloat. So there's talk about talking positive, get the economy going. Where are we going? Where's anyone going? Now, the former Prime Minister mentioned about other economies that are growing. Yes, Australia, New Zealand, the least impacted by COVID because they shut their border down. Yes, and the economies are large enough to sustain itself. We aren't. So we are not in the position of Australia and New Zealand. However, in recent times, they've just been smashed by COVID. And the economy now, their GDP growth is going basically backwards from initially projected in the 4%, now down to 2.4. So clearly, they're impacted by COVID. Mr. Speaker, the key issue is about governance and trust in how we spend the people's money. That is the key issue. So we can borrow more, yes, provided we spend it wisely, that we invest in our future of our children and their children. And provided we invest it properly and spend it properly, we will get the long-term returns. When we invested into speculative markets like a UBS loan and we lose 1.5 billion, we end up in significant debt that we can't service. Now, the government spent 5.7 billion. Now, what the public doesn't realize, they thought that we spent it on COVID. Actually, we didn't. We spent it to keep the government going, to meet payroll, to pay police officers, to maintain peace and good order, to pay teachers, to pay nurses, to pay CIS, to maintain our prisons. So we, having impacted by COVID, as they said, lost jobs. So over 2 billion was lost in our revenue. So where are we going to get 2 billion to keep the government going? So we borrowed. We're now paying 2 billion in interest rate, not repaying a loan. Interest rate is what we are paying every year, just interest. The loan stays, we got to keep paying the same interest. So when we lose revenue because of COVID, impacts of COVID, where do we get 2 billion to maintain that interest payment? We have to borrow. That's the reality. The only issue is provided that we borrow sensibly. In this case, we borrowed from institutions that gave concessionable loans at the lowest to zero interest rate. So instead of increasing to 2 billion and up on our interest by borrowing from banks who offer up to 7%, we borrow at close to 0.2%. So therefore, it doesn't increase our loan repayments, because when it increases our loan repayments, we have to get the money from somewhere. Either we borrow or we take it out of the development budget. Money that's supposed to build hospitals, build classrooms, now is spent to pay debt. And that's all, Mr. Speaker. Now, thank you, too.
The Honorable Governor for Eastern Highlands.
Thank you. I'd like to debate a bit on the borrowing side of it, since we raised many issues on loan. But before I speak, Mr. Speaker, I'm as a young governor in my first term, but I want to speak the mind of our reformist Prime Minister, late Sir Mekere Morata. He once said, borrowing is not bad as long as you borrow and invest in areas where it will have returns. Debt returns or investment alone will offset your loan in future. But he also said that borrowing and invest on areas where you will create liabilities, it will create a lot of financial burdens in future and will affect the country. Mr. Speaker, now let's not play blame game. Whatever happened in the past, and Prime Minister blow before, a government blow before, a current country come also. Ega sample good plus something working, sample you may look at sample ups and down lick. No got government is perfect too. So it's this like government too, Mr. Speaker. Now let us look at how best we can bring this country forward in such tough economic time. Let's think globally and act locally, Mr. Speaker. You may think things in him law, the current situation where you may Papua New Guinea start na film long we will go into a lot of problems. So you may think local to start, you may not think globally. Still gonna affect us. Money you may borrow him or kind of say you may put into use, but still upside down in come. So let's think globally and act locally within our means to see how we can sustain ourselves into the future. Mr. Speaker, my suggestion is this. Let's borrow, put more emphasis on invest in agriculture and tourism. Mila talk agriculture, Mr. As I normally say, like coffee and all other commodities. Emerald green gold stuff. COVID-19 yumi tokem kilim economy blo yumi panel center sol. Ground blo yumi ya, Mr. Speaker, and producing green gold stuff. Now yumi to COVID-19 killing yumi tasol. Some commodities go out like, for example, coffee. They're still making money. COVID did not kill him this like coffee. COVID did not kill him this like money. Only working money is that, Mr. Speaker. Me give an example of coffee, like we produce around 600 to 750,000 green bean bags. Outside market also 14 kina around there. If we do the calculation, it's around 177,203,000 US dollars into the country. You may look remember 630 million around there coming into the country. Now we come to go straight Lord farmers, go straight Lord people. It's the money around inside Lord this country. That's only coffee. All marble commodities too is stuff. Now, Governor Blong, ECP talk, all container go short. Okay, supply like Kirabimol infrastructures. You need to give me like borrowing Kirabimol infrastructures. Planting line is tablo kilo bank. Forex issue you make that. How about you may go kissimol materials you come now working this plan? All buildings, the infrastructure you may talk long. Agriculture and stuff finish long. Ground blow you may, we are blessed. You may get blessed ground is that. So meeting or some you may got some mechanisms. Like all commodities go out. This is the sovereign country. You will be making policies or laws where by monitoring all this, I must quantity produce blame go outside, I must money back come inside because this money come inside, Mr. Speaker, and by go Lord pocket Lord people blame, and these people will have the spending power to spend. In such tough times, you will talk COVID-19, but if you look this agriculture loan, and by assisting this country. So sometimes when we borrow, you put him this kind road, you looking. Money back come inside. This is investment by helping you. Tourism. You mean blessed, this is ground blame blessed. One time all environment blame me. You mean no seriously identifying all tourist spots in Chetna, invest in Chetna this plan. Because planting man only like come to this country. Now all like I'm spending money. Some tourists, Mr. Speaker, only come to Goroka Sona, come round same also. Me place bunging money long time me come na big money me place carry come tasol. Look at the real bank giving you player. Big money, all billionaires, all millionaires, also humble, all like coming check of the country, just looking, country blaming a looking world. Are we prepared to kiss him all this money in the pocket long all? You must look seriously. At least start with 2 provinces or 3 provinces in the country. Now, tourist spot you can walk him lo hand blow you me, ah? All bakam look him na. Our mas na losing money lo you mean. All direct money come. Now COVID-19 no light stuff. All bungy money stuff. You know sawe, you mean no sawe. All bakam spending. Lots of time you me walking all kind tourist spot stuff, no walking planting marketing lo country blame. Me like taking this time also lo talk thank you lo Marape Basil government blame me. Long this like time, Mr. Speaker, planting businesses all talk all like losing walk all salim all line blow go out. But some like Kirab talk me like closing business now, lo province blow me. That's all me talk thank you lo putting money lo commercial BSP bank sample some loan lo such time. All is sustaining all yet. Now me play
look, all taxi gone, and if I can manage him, look out him online, Blomipla province. So, this la to help come Blomipla, na sample businesses now, at least, all I go out, that's all sample, all start back, all kisi mal of him. So, me to thank you, Lord, this la investment, Lord. Look, Lord, this la government. Now, also, me like to thank you too long, investment, Lord, agriculture, Mr. Speaker. Me play a film, investment, Lord, this la government, Lord, agriculture. People can look and smile or face blood farmers. Backside straight long all rural areas road block car in go. Now lo anit lo this like government. People go touch him life blood line. Now all airstrip, for example, in Eastern Islands, we have 31 airstrips, 13 ply complete. Now Bampla Luglo 18 pla. All the line where government in touch him. Now 13 ply airstrips finished. Now only work lo Salim will produce slowly come outside lo town area. Now time government put in money lo go long support price subsidy only benefit big time. So me as a governor of province blom me I'm almost time me looking muslim olan blom palo backside only kisimol good plaka and all of him. So this like an investment and good plus so me talk thank you for this like government. Na also me like talk thank you too lo before previous government only stop go one of something only working country come running country no art plus AC plus something art plus work. Pressure too under big pressure only go economic pressure of people, but at least come to this level. Now current Prime Minister Bloyumi, Marape Basil government, like look, future going forward. And Mr. Speaker, I want to say that also talk pics, you know planning 1+ seed now. Now by your harvest team law tomorrow. And so taking time. 1+ mama, you know, so carry masugras beginning. All beginning is a grown a camel cell. Suppose this like government blow you me legally time and stop that's all. Me as a Eastern Islands me can look smile or people blow me look kind of investment to agriculture or same. Blow me and big plus something and touching life blow people blow me. So kind of process where interventions where this like government working. Give me support na bring him ideas na looking forward as to how we will bring our country forward. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Member Blabau.
Thank you, Treasurer, for your statement. Obviously working very, very hard. Thank you for, from the opposition, giving us small amounts of DSIP to keep going. But I don't know how much we have compared to the government side. But we did receive a small amount, so we are happy. Thank you very much. On Sunday, I had a call from my headmaster from my secondary school. He said they had not received their GTFS, and so they were going to send the grade 10, grade 11, and grade 12 students home by Monday because they have no food to cook, nothing in the school. And so he asked me to help. I realized that there was some money in my account, thank you, 1 million. So we helped the school. Still waiting for the GTFS, hopefully to come for the closer or before those things begin to happen. I understand how difficult it is to, and compared to the globe, we agree that this pandemic has damaged the entire global economy. Just want to mention one matter about the COVID issue. Got 3 points to make, and I'll sit down to speak. My view, Mr. Speaker, is that we as a country, and particularly through the government that is now in place, we really not have done enough awareness, particularly on vaccination. Because the global experience is that they are moving towards 70 to 80% of their populations to be vaccinated. Our nearest neighbor, Australia, is looking at 40, 50 right at the moment. But I think that's the trend. And so I really believe that we really need to promote vaccination in the country, whatever everybody else says. One recommendation, Mr. Speaker, and I've also been vaccinated, I would request that you bring a vaccination team here in Parliament so that all of us leaders can demonstrate the leadership and support the Prime Minister when he himself was vaccinated on the media. I think that's a leadership that is wanting. Because plenty controversies, plenty kind Giaman stuff on Facebook. Now our people are confused and they are gullible to any information. So leadership is what is needed. So I strongly recommend tomorrow or whenever we are ready, please bring the vaccine team here. Those of us who want to be vaccinated, and I've already got vaccination. Those of the leaders who haven't been vaccinated, I strongly recommend that you get vaccinated. Number 2 point on COVID-19, Mr. Speaker and Honorable Prime Minister, I really think that we should support the private sector. Because when the private sector closed down, because 2 or 3 of their employees have COVID, and by finish now, hotels will close up, manufacturing companies will close. Oktedi is right now struggling. They have 1,100 cases in Oktedi. The 6th person just died yesterday. And Delta has moved in. We have 30 in the country. And so, Oktedi, my preference, 100% vaccinate your people. Compulsory, because we don't want Oktedi to close, because it will affect the economy. That's a type of thing we need to do, Prime Minister. Rather than open it up, you know. So we need more information, more awareness. Vaccination. I support vaccination because science is very clear. Listen to science. Science must dictate how we behave. And I strongly recommend that we have a good, clear policy to make sure that private sector keep afloat, that they keep operations so that economy keeps moving. I strongly recommend that that is the way we need to move the policy. Voluntary, I support it, but specifically for key sector which keeps the economy, I think there has to be, in my view, compulsory vaccination. In my strongest view, both as a doctor as well as a leader in this. I want to leave that to the government to consider. Because, you know, the lay business houses are struggling. Their staff are on all placard now, all protest now. Many are misinformed. So they are making uninformed decisions. But the manufacturing, they must continue. We must still have biscuits to be produced. People still need to be employed. They have to still pay tax. So, Mr. Speaker, that's my strong recommendation for the government to. I strongly recommend that we give rapid testing tools to business houses. So they identify the positive case very, very quickly, rather than wait for 7 days, 8 days. Those rapid testing kits are available. I think they got it in airways now. Why can't we help NCC get those things, our partners, bring those in so that it's made available very, very quickly. So they can isolate, they can do all those things very, very quickly. So there are technical opportunities that we are not really pushing very, very strong on it in terms of the COVID issue. My second point is I think, Mr. Speaker, when the Treasurer was presenting his report, and I saw the figures of the GDP going from 3.5 to 1.8. I don't think our little investments in smallholder which I support. I, for one, strongly believe, Mr. Speaker, that right now, 18 months ago, and even today, we really need foreign direct investment. And so, Mr. Treasurer, what is their policy to attract foreign direct investment? I think business boards of business houses all over the world are looking for a safe place. I think PNG, somehow the COVID rates are not as high. And we need to promote our country. Come and invest here. Papua New Guinea to be a springboard for your investment. Bring your investment dollar. We've got economic zones. We have special tax rates. Forestry, we killed it by increasing this low export tax. Why don't you reverse that immediately? So all those type of instruments can be done very, very quickly rather than wait. Similar to our GTFS, we knew COVID was here. Parents couldn't afford it, but we introduced GTFS. And then in the middle, Prime Minister said, next year, it will be full TFF. Why don't we make those quick decisions so that nobody is left behind? I think we really need to create the policy environment for foreign direct investment to come, because that's what's needed, a big bang. We missed that opportunity when the prices of gold were the highest. The government chose to close an opening mine. What a mistake. It was a mistake. Can you allow us to debate? This is
We have a point of order. What's your point of order, Honorable Minister for Justice?
Mr. Speaker, just to correct the member for Abau, there was no decision to close a mine. So there's no misleading statement on the floor of Parliament. Its license had expired. So that is a fact. So it's not an issue. We close it. The license has expired. So it yet chose to cease operations once the license decision was not made to renew it. Thank you.
What's the difference, Mr. Speaker? I mean, we know that. It's just Minister for Justice just explaining the law. But the reality is that the mine closed. That's a reality. Whatever law interpretation, whether expired license, under the same law, companies are allowed to continue until you negotiate. Couldn't we have negotiated the same deal while the mine was still allowed to open, because gold mines were really at the highest at that time? We would have still achieved the same outcome. So why the lost opportunity? That's the point I'm making, Mr. Speaker. And in fact, the Treasurer, in his statement on page 8, actually acknowledged, and I read, the resource sector is doing better than expected in peanut terms because of high prices, but overall production is not as high as predicted because of delays in reopening Porgera. That's in reopening Porgera means it was closed, Mr. Minister for Justice. That's an acknowledgement by the Treasurer. This is a debate. It's about decision making. We actually lost the opportunity. In fact, Treasurer, I can assure you, had we not closed Porgera and pick up the high gold price, had we progressed, Honorable Minister for Petroleum, had we progressed the Papua gas, had not delayed it very long, Treasurer, you would have had a very good report on the economy, I can assure.
We have now a point of order. What's your point of order, Honorable Minister for Petroleum?
To Sepp Puka, he was carrying out a very good debate until just now. Yes. The first point about Porgera, 2 points where he needs to correct himself, and I'll help him. The first point is nobody closed Porgera. The lease expired by operation of law. So if you don't respect the law, you'll try to open it when the law says it's closed, because the license is expired. But because we all respect the law, we're trying to reactivate it by issuing a new license and negotiating the terms and all that. So nobody closed Porgera. number one. Number two, did the government delay the Papua project? No, we did not. The developers delayed it.
No, no, no.
The developers delayed it because they want to link it to Pinyang project. They want to link it. That's why they, if you can have some patience, let me finish my answer, point of order. They stalled the advance, the implementation of the Papua gas agreement, so that they can have Pinyang negotiated and agreed to. And they thought it would be a walk-in, walk-out scenario. But it didn't happen that way because we stood firm. We did not want any deal off the shelf, any cheap deal just straight off the shelf. We wanted to negotiate it meaningfully so that the outcome will benefit the people of Papua New Guinea. So that's why we did not delay it. They delayed. When it didn't work, they came back to us and recently they said we will now recommence negotiations. So we've been happy to oblige. So the road is now open and we are re-engaging again, but we did not delay it. Thank you.
Honorable
out of order.
Minister of Petroleum, one of what I'm taken, and I think it's in order. You will not give him all the slap, but you like debate Ken Longan. Yeah. So you let him, member block, you give him point of order, finish, and by finish him talk Longan. Now you can get opportunity to debate. So you like debate him.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You have to add 3 minutes to my. That's only disturbing. I must have hit some raw nerves in them. Mr. Speaker, I don't want to go into the details, but I know that Total was ready with 1 to 2 billion to come straight in after the agreement was signed. But that's water under the bridge. What I'm saying is we missed the opportunities for foreign direct investment, which is my point. My point. So ministers can debate. You follow me now. Mr. Speaker, the last point is that I agree with the government's effort to review the Central Bank Act. In fact, when I was still in cabinet, I really fully supported the treasurer's because my strong view has always been that I don't think the central bank should be fully independent. I think that Treasury and the central bank, there must be an interface where the monetary policy and the fiscal policy, there's always an interface. So when you create an independent institution by law, then Treasurer has to go and back to the governor. Governor will do his own thing. When he or she doesn't perform, we are in trouble. I think the review has to be comprehensive, and I think our experiences since the late Senator Morauta introduced the legislation make the central bank independent, I think it's time. And Treasurer, you are doing the right thing. But make sure that you bring in a fully well-qualified team rather than politically oriented cohorts. My last point, Mr. Speaker, we are very lucky in Papua New Guinea that the bulk of our citizens basically are rural-based and their little economies are keeping them alive, maintaining food on the table for their family. It's one of the blessings that we have. And this is the reason why I fully supported the linked PNG policy of the government, and I still support it. Because the linked PNG policy, in my view, will help open up all the opportunities for business in this country. And I understand my governor's concern, central governor concern about preparedness of every province when there is an overload of people coming from all over the country into those certain economies, particularly, for example, in the central city. And Honorable Speaker, I joined my governor yesterday when we marched up to the front of the parliament outside the gate, expressing our concern of our inability to respect one another, our inability to trust each other. And we know that we are over 800 different tribes, and we are just recently being urbanized. So we haven't learned to live together very well. Even in Port Moresby City, Chimbusa in one corner, Popondetasha in ATS, Aras Tarisha on that side, Maikoki, Wanigalasha in Koki. So we are still in tribes. We really haven't learned to live together and create a new culture of how we can really live together as Papua New Guineans. And so I really think that in this rethinking of the world, which COVID has really completely turned upside down, I really think, and as Prime Minister has alluded to, when we, in the 11th term of Parliament, 2025, we celebrate our 50th anniversary, that we really need to start now and set a team to review all the laws. Get a team so that by 2023, 1 year, 2 years after the next election, we have before an incoming government a suggestion of the outdated laws that really need to be changed. Urbanization, covering the country with electricity, ICT, roads, etc. I want to sit down with my favorite Vision 2050. I reminded in Lolowata, Prime Minister invited all of us to stand up. Unfortunately, we are wasting the 2 years that were strongly recommended in Vision 2050. That the decade 2020 to 2030, according to Vision 2050, Mr. Speaker, is a decade of economic growth. And those of us who were championing Vision 2050 were absolutely right, that this is the decade for Papua New Guinea's economic expansion. How do you do that? You do it by three things, and I will sit. Number one, strong institutions of state, strong in parliament, strong in courthouse, strong in public service. Number two, build widespread infrastructure. Karamapim country one time, road, na, water, na, power, na, communication. We are a small island. It's not a big continent. We can do it in power. You are not going to bring a new technology. You just pull the power line. Mr. Speaker, last one.
May I interrupt, Honorable Member for Abao? I had, sorry.
Last
me interrupting you before, but me allow me last. Sergeant Adams? Me, talk sawe finish mobile phone or when I can, when I'm you looking noise, will come up when confiscate him this fla. Machine. Honorable Member about you may continue.
Last point of the number three, innovativeness. COVID-19, now you must smart. Think outside of the box. Fund research. 10 million ya, me approve ya. Lo COVID ya, me go where. Research must be fully funded. Research and development is key to generating the best policies that will direct best legislations, that will bring in best administrative structures, and the nation will go forward. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. the Honorable Minister of Finance.
Tok belum mi ba ino na blong bla. Mi ba sotaso. Thank you, True Law, giving me this opportunity and first time blom mi losan up on the floor of Parliament and to speak as Minister for Finance, but I don't have all the figures here. I'd rather agree with the Minister for Treasury. He has provided us well enough detail to appreciate how the economy is performing, Mr. Speaker. But, Mr. Speaker, leaders in Parliament, our bureaucracy, every one of us, we all want to spend money. Spend and spend money. We don't talk about raising the revenue. So we can be able to raise more money and be able to spend the money we want to spend. And therefore, Mr. Speaker, if there was a government that spoke about raising that revenue, I would want to think that it would be the Marape Basil government. Seriously, Mr. Speaker. Seriously. Even in unprecedented times like this, if there was a government that made gutless decisions, tough decisions, to raising that revenue, it has to be this government. Mr. Speaker, this government didn't foresee that we would be hit by COVID-19, a health issue, and an economic downturn. And in a period such as this, to rise to the occasion, never to want to crawl to investors anymore, but to giving ourselves a level playing field and to have a greater take in our resources. Mr. Speaker, is this government. When the Prime Minister boldly stood to take 100% of Porgera, I stood with him and made a bold statement supporting it. And that may have been one of the reasons why I crossed back on the floor of this. Mr. Speaker, from 2.5% of landowner equity in Porgera and the 2.5% to the rest of the people of Enga, at just 5% to raise that stake to 15%, Mr. Speaker. It's powerful enough. It's powerful enough. And we have that from the word go when Porgera opens, Mr. Speaker. That's raising the revenue that we need to spend on our economy and our developmental needs. That's godless decision. Well, the gold price might be up today. You never know the future. We might be better off with the price when we start Porgera. I can't predict the future. But the fact of the matter is this. We have decided to do the right thing by ourselves. And you need a godless Prime Minister to do that.
We have a point of order. What's your point of order, Honorable Governor?
I just want to clarify. I think the word gutless is an inappropriate word here. Perhaps the good minister is trying to say gutsy, which implies a person with guts and courage. The word gutless implies a person with cowardice and who's fearful of making decisions. That's not what a good prime minister is. So I'm just making a clarification here. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Governor of Long Northern Province. Whenever I blow you, nobody know that or know that. Me no sure because plenty blow no salo English lo here. So me na rural Sam, but you blow line is have English. I'm talking straight, right blood talk English. Thomas Nogat, I'm talking lo talk vision, also me work lo kanim stop. Now all people blow me now only harem live ya. Plani blow only sabe lo talk vision. So only like harem good, now only clear good, lo talk you me talking. Honorable Minister, you go ahead now.
Also, Mr. Speaker, you mean a parade law working decision? The guts to making those decisions. Thank you, through Governor Blongoro. Mr. Speaker, that's how we raise the revenue in the country, so that we can be able to spend more. This is the government that is about making tough decisions in giving ourselves the spade instead of the spoon that we have had in many years insofar as our resources in our country is concerned. And therefore, the amendments to the resource laws, petroleum sector and the mining sector for that matter. Suppose you like him more, you must change him law or give him more. Enough long all this time where you must sit down, sit back, relax, feel him, think him, or all get something in your right. Now, one and something, me maki me yet, long low blow me, and me all right long me. Times have changed. And we need to change with time. And to be able to giving us what a spade can do insofar as our resource laws are concerned. Spoonia mina pinis. Imi olgara save hama spoon can kisim lo plate blow you. Now suppose me like him spade. We have to have the guts to making those decisions so as to ensuring that we have that spade. Now time mibla talk mibla like him spade, I'm not mean all same. Mibla by discouraging all investors lo come inside lo country blow you me. It's just creating that level playing field. You look in Barrick now. All no run away. All no run away. Time mibla have him display take blow mibla. Only to go right now like stop yet. Why didn't we have that kind of arrangement before yet? When we negotiated in these resource development projects in the country. Just imagine nothing in mamas you me as a nation with losing pennies. Money you mean up lo kisim na spend him long health. Money you mean up lo kisim na spend him long education. Money you mean up lo kisim na spend him long a road blow you me. All the lost opportunities because you mean yet. You mean like I get spoon na. Spade you mean nothing. Now me blow like him spade. Me blow like him more.
We got point of order, Honorable Member blow about one point of order blow.
Mr. Speaker, you know that we don't eat with spade. We eat with spoon.
Point of order blow, Honorable Member blow about me out of order because some topics are Honorable Minister will give. Now you may all get clear or this topics are. Honorable Minister, you go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Me amamaslo you ruling me out of order algera. Basambla lo you mean we were part and parcels of governments that said and supported a little take from our resources when we would have supported for a bigger take. But thanks to God for this government. And the performance, even in such a time as this government has performed today. Whilst we want more from our resources, and the fact that we've made some tough decisions, in times like this, Mr. Speaker, time you may survey also you may need him revenue straight. Time you survey also you need him money straight. Time you survey also in Belblo mi ba angry because mi plus staff lo kind time also COVID-19 economy no perform good too. Mi bla ba easy through long crawly go long all this like investor and talk. All right, I'm all right. How much you like giving me, kissing me, or you me maintaining status quota so 5% blow before ya, aiming up, royalty blow before ya, aiming up, tax come blow you blow before ya, aiming up. Me bagar up now, you me go, you me open in mind. Lani your line la papa ni gini. You me your leader ting or same, ting blow me play Paul na me play long. But Mr. Speaker, I want to place on record. There will be that day that you mean by enjoying this license as a result of our greater take out of Pogara. Now, bell blow you me angry. Hemorrhoid, ground stop. What I stop? Papua New Guinea, God and bless him, you me. How much blow you me angry na you me die finish. How much blow you me angry na you me die finish. Gold blow you by no run away. Gold price you go on top so by you me rush na you me by Rona. But you mean desperate, huh? No, God, yeah. This la government now need la leadership law. Brother James, Prime Minister blow you me changing this la directional leadership now insofar as our resource sector is concerned. God and blessing you me finish. We have to be the best of the stewards that we can be for ourselves. And blessing me by come now when I can miracle again. Miracle and you me yet. You must come up and blow you me yet. And for the future of our children and of our country. This is where credit is to be given where it is due. And in the midst of Pogera's shutdown, Mr. Speaker, this government has done fairly well. And you tell me, which country in the whole world is not borrowing? Is not borrowing. We've just borrowed peanuts. You look at Australia, they borrowed well over $100 million, billion dollars. New Zealand is looking at that. Other nations have, or even the United States of America. Now you look at little money people are borrowing here. Most of this money in Migolo districts now provinces mibla. And as I am speaking right now, there's about 2 billion kina still sitting in the provincial and district treasury accounts. So leaders start spending that money and filter that money into the economy. What else can our government do? In 2020, we had about $1 billion kina in DSIP and PSIP filtered into our districts and provinces. In 2020, in other programs, Mr. Speaker, in other programs apart from DSIP and PSIPs, we had about 843 million kina. I believe that's a lot of money any government for that matter has filtered into our districts and provinces for that matter. This financial year is another record. Is another record. Mr. Speaker, we filtered more than 632 million and 50,000 kina in other programs apart from DSIP and PSIPs into our provinces and districts. This is record in the making, Mr. Speaker. And if districts and provinces are not building your roads, if you are not building your provincial and district roads, then something is wrong with you as I am speaking now. I've got maintenance works, I've got road projects currently at work in my district, and the same can be said about you, and all of us seated here. That's where the money is going. It's time we start build our districts and provinces, and in an aggressive and in a sincere way, rather than just talking, Mr. Speaker. That's where the bulk of our population is. This is where we need to filter more money into the economy. Now, Mr. Speaker, suppose you look at COVID-19 money too. Good to have this money directly to help him, support him. COVID-19 related issues. About 214 million kina plus go down law districts. Now provinces lo mibla last year. Mr. Speaker, this is a record achievement for this government and for the people of Papua New Guinea. Landi lo lislaya. Result na effect blongenya. No thing also member also miracle na. Also more opposition talk but you feel him overnight. It takes time for all these funds to be filtered. It takes time for these funds to have an impact on the economy as well. But we said la country you die. Mr. Speaker, in terms of percentage of our expenditure against our budget appropriations, especially this year, time it talks and this government is doing well, let me just give you one or two examples. Low education subsidy, our percentage expenditure against appropriation, we did 99.39%. That's a great achievement, Mr. Speaker, and in kina terms, as at the 27th August 2021, education subsidiaries, as we've expended about a total of 269.1 million kina against a total appropriation budget of 270.8 million kina. That's a record achievement. And in TESAs, Mr. Speaker, percentage of expenditure against appropriations, 69.7%. 69.7%. Medical supplies, 59.2%. Provincial health authorities, 85%, Mr. Speaker. Church health services, 56.4%. Mr. Speaker, we haven't done so badly. And so far as PSIPs and DSIPs are also concerned, 63.4%. Mr. Speaker, that is the performance of this government, the Mibla Stablo September, in some difficult times. This government has done well. Now, you may not can forget too. You may not can forget too, lo good plus statement, lo treasurer. Some blow borrowings, lo you mean this year about 60%. Let me go, lo beke money, or some blow dinner where you accumulate come. Now you stop blowing. Some blow good blow borrowing, some blow, good blow borrowing. But hey, this government is servicing debts. This government is borrowing at concessional loan. Some loans, the loan blow you mere. Nearly all of the loans here is at 0%. Now you may just no can talk just because COVID-19 period na support na. Also relo you mean make him no God. It's the confidence and the trust of these lenders that have in this government. It is the confidence and the trust they have in this government. Yes, true. Australia also has supported him budget blue me in some years back. Only no got confidence lo me. Now we lose him. Now we losing. Why now will come back? Because of COVID-19, huh? Talk straight. Talk straight. It's because of the confidence they have in this government and the leadership of this government. And I can tell you, on record, the Liberal government of Australia has a greater confidence in Papua New Guinea than they ever did in the past. Mr. Speaker, and on record, Minister for Finance, me too like talk, thank you long all, big plus support you come long. All kind of government of some Australia, Japan, especially at interest rates that are nothing, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker,
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Long short talk to you. You like make him, you make him finish. Me now, saya look sawel of Prime Minister.
All right, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Me like make him talk in response to talk long or ministerial statement long treasurer long where you missed up in as far as the economy is concerned. But pass them through me like talk. Thank you all you yet. Thank you all members of parliament. Planet time you miss a comment a criticism or say you miss a walk. But all man Mary clear also we put in long hours. Me yet underneath this work only on sunset Friday going up long sunset Saturday. Me know I take time off, but 6 days a week I work almost 18 hours a day. In plenty of like clear around 12 o'clock, 1 o'clock at night, Mr. Taking all ministers. What's happening in the Canalson? Trust Ratu, one political ministers is a work long hours. In fact, our favorite time to make conversation is around midnight. What's happening? We rewind the day and look through the month that has gone by and text talk so that we're keeping our heads above waters, so to speak. And today, also, you may all members is now RM talk grievance as you may talk to Gokam. Time you may respond to statement to treasurer. You may acknowledge and you may all look from the same perspective. Especially when opposition is tough, only come from their own perspective. Government mibla too, from my talk lo thinking mibla. As part of the democracy we are part of, I do acknowledge all conversations that has been made already in respect to treasurer statement. Me like making some talk or summarizing the rest of Mr. Speaker. Commendation in the first instance must go along treasurer. Pastor me like sim office, the Honorable Sam Basili come up treasurer. Behind the Honorable Yanlik Stagi come up treasurer. Our team long the central agency, especially planning finance. Only Holim good anchor long this block. Kanu or CP all call him MVPNG in rough times and rough water. Suppose all in Holim good, we stood every possibility. Lo this block Kanu we go moyed long road no good. But treasurer na team blogan is stand up strong on top. Landi talk. All opposition spinning must rely on advice outside. Now this blockade, but them all talk. At the end of the day, treasurer, government, cabinet make the call on key policy instruments. There can be no key policy instrument than the three budgets that we have presided over. The 2019 supplementary, the 2020 budget, and now the operations of our 2021 budget. Mr. Speaker, you like looking policy or thinking blow government? The summation of government's policy and intent is captured in the annual money plan. That's the operational year. Operation year where people work long and plan a thinking blow government stuff inside, all within the context of Bianim thinking blow, Constitution blow yumi, 8-point plan blow yumi, as well as Vision 2050, and our series of national development plans we had, including our own government's commitment for better PNG, taking back greater control of our own country in as far as our Lolowata understandings were concerned. So today, as Treasurer, you present in 2020 budget outlook, and also trying to indicate where we come tracking in as far as 2020. Mr. was Prime Minister, now one work logan lo cabinet. Me like to how much long work for treasurer, work for finance minister, planning minister, the entire cabinet in as far as outside me play running country. Plenty talk come up with some where we are in as far as debt. Yaman talk to approach me like example a report from Bank of PNG. Look, giving me snapshot. 2011, you got 65 million kina deficit. 2011, 2010, 2009, some of the good years our country saw. Oil price went up, gold price went up in that legislative environment where you may harvesting all this resource for you. So deficit was at 65 million kina. 2012 deficit 1 billion 400 1.4 billion kina 1.377 billion. 2012 deficit sinan long 2.6 billion kina na bung yet. Lo display years I was mila break him up. International borrowing 161 million 343 million lo 2013. Domestic borrowing 1.2 billion na 2.3 billion. You have two kind borrowing. Domestic you borrow, you borrow them outside, especially the cheaper one. Domestic is really the expensive one. And the short-term borrowing, you go along central bank, you exchange treasury bill or inscribe stock, you feed him short-term appetite, na kind of some block, keep him budget, you run him all demands long budget, or meet him all demand for budget. 2014, you got 2.9 billion. 2015, you got 2.5 billion. Dinner. 2016, you got 3 billion dinner. 2017, 1.7 billion. 2018, 2 billion. And of course, time we come 2019, 4 billion. 2020, 5 billion. And part of this, all this like build up. As we like some government, we like clean him up cupboard. Oh, look at that dinner no good block government here. All item logo up. And mind you, this law record and one of me staff official list for treasury. Time if like come up long 2019. You look at now increase from 2 billion. He stop long record. Now people put him go 4 billion. You know where it came from? The additional 2 billion and money where UBS dinner, money lo kiss him dinner long PNG port. Now can't get dinner item here. Instead of put him lo item stop long account lo Kumul Petroleum or account lo PNG port now gotta help. Maybe Rossi Mogara na put him lo one bla list or so. So no can hide him. Put everything transparently for the whole world to know how much bla dinner you may get. That's the reason why international agencies, the World Bank or some ADB, IMF, World Bank, Australia, Japan, all start to trust him, trust Ryan Nisaki. Now Tim Logan, because we restored credibility, put him Mogadina on the table, and we said we have a strategy to retire him Sladina going forward. Including in the immediate term, going on a low-cost deficit budgeting, borrow money, long no interest-free loan, canal semi-plexim, over $1 billion at 0% interest. Treasurer, good one to you. Have no one have commodity on this one. You go, Treasurer, in case you forget. $300 million from our friends in Australia came into our budget system that alleviated a lot of forex backlog. Treasurer, you got 200 and was it 60 or 280 million, Treasurer? I'm just asking again, Mr. Treasurer, Mr. Speaker, through you, for the record, $280 million. Japanese foreign minister who visited me in 2020 said, Mr. Speaker, he would have lended us free, but their own laws allowed them to charge some interest, or they were giving us at 0.01% interest. All at the back of trust capital. All at the back of trust capital, Mr. Speaker, because we were honest up front, putting all the dinners that were hidden by creative accountants in the cupboards of Kumul Petroleum, in the cupboards of state-owned enterprises. We took them all out, put them all on the table, and the treasurer said we will have a handle on these deficits going forward as part of a money plan to restructure our country's deficit and our country's debt. So, Mr. Treasurer, Mr. Speaker, I beg your pardon. There's no economic illiterate running government here. Everyone knows numbers. But the 2019 situation, Mr. Speaker, is totally different. When we took government, in our efforts to take back PNG, our policies was very clear. We said we will now go into changing the status quo, environment, game plan. And some of our policies totally differ with our opposition. They believe in maintaining the status quo, not getting back more from our resources. That's the reason why our country has been held back for the last 46 years. The demand increases exponentially. Just as much as we produce more babies at a rate of 3.3% every year, demand on capital funds and recurrent fund increases every year. We must expand the basis in which we collect more revenue into our baskets. And Mr. Speaker, I lose no sleep in not renewing progress lists, Mr. Speaker, because all in pursuit for us to get bigger money, better money, new money. Instead of going back and collecting at 5%, 2.5% to landowners and 2.5% to Enga provincial government, national government. As a recent past program, there aren't many taxes they pay these days for us to try been closed for some time. Employment. When we talk about employment, I bear the pain of those who lost employment. But in the context of what we have, we got 8 million people. 8 million people in some country, over 8 million people are employed. 300,000 man meri lo country tasol only stop under formal employment or 400,000 tasol. This line, trango me give respect lo all current economy. And we look at him all, but rest of our country only stop long subsistence and rural-based economy. That is why when our government took office, Mr. Speaker, people are deliberately trying best to tili money lo ogarab kona lo country. Tili money lo ogarab kona lo country. Today, as you may talk, he got road, you may try and run him logarab. Instead of putting 200 million, 300 million kinar so long, or Mosby Base Road, Mr. Speaker, me ask him, Governor Pakop long, got understanding lo me. People are now trying to spread him through. Logarab kona lo country me. 5 million road here, 5 million road there, 10 million road here. As we speak today, and when the Honorable member for Yelu Pangi asked me, show him evidence from where road is stopped. Mr. Speaker, you look him on newspaper, Ogara Lilik Track Road, example. You're gonna Maramuni for the first time, Rodi Gonzalo Maramuni. You're gonna for the first time there's a road punching into telephone in unconnected for the last 46 years. Today you got for the first time now there's a road all already in Tuawara, Wagiwara, ready to go into Karamui. And you'll ask, and around over 866 roads financed by 2021 budget as we financed last year's budget. Some have not been matched with the funding allocation. I asked Treasurer, whether road sub opposition district or government district, opposition province or government province, doesn't matter. As you may raising money long retiring 21, let's look at financing all this road blaming. Because the reason is simple. Number one, country blaming, we need to open up these roads. But number two, in the time when COVID hit Mipla, long 2019 Christmas, now 2020, we knew straight away by government policy, government budget must sali money along all constructions, government budget must sali money along district, government budget must sali money along province, so our country still kissing money yet. And the economic activity happening in all parts of our country instead of just Port Moresby or Ley or Wanbla or Tupla Haptaso. So in that context, Mr. Treasurer, people are using budgeting along 2020, now budgeting for 2019, now budget for 2021, like keeping economy blaming stuff alive and floating. Mr. Speaker, me like talk thank you. Number one, At this juncture, long big man lo heaven. Emi hold him good country limina yuminox in bigla bagarab long economy or bigla bagarab long sick COVID-19. Mr. Speaker, we got note here. Sister country limit of Fiji. One proman limit long one Solwara Fiji. As me talk today, only going to compulsory vaccination now. Because economy blow let me bigla bagarab map. Fiji today, the economy is Solomon Island, we can talk with Solomon Island, 6% Bagarap. Vanuatu, 27 Bagarap. All plenty or Pacific Island country blimi and Bagarap similar economy blow now. Country blimi, you may still relatively you may stop untap yet, stop strong yet. Make even talk with of Fiji, for instance. Deficit budget long all or debt to GDP long all. The 2019 sit down low 49%. The 2020 go along 65%. The 2021 equal to 72%. Debt versus size of the economy belong all. Up in Guinea, you may try best slowly, you may sit down yet long 51.9%. You suppose smoking 30 blue long plenty economy around the world. Time COVID-19 come to 2020, economies are struggling to rebound. For us, by the grace of God, we have been spared of the COVID-19 bugger up, and our treasurer and his team at Treasury and Finance and Planning have been working very hard. From the money we raise to a money plan, you may try and transfer him God long or something, you may budget him long. Last year, me pointed one legal statistics, but very important statistics. Our budget delivery was at high 99%. And I'm asking Treasurer, when it comes to the November sitting, look at full breakup long how you been spending money long last year. So look at if you may accusing Treasurer that's all. You talk now. Money through now come out. People using budget you mean long 2020, long keeping our economy afloat. And for a long term, going forward, me like giving assurance to country, this parliament. Work with me today, collectively, but you must grow in economy. You may all must work to grow in economy. Country in no work nothing. COVID-19, any companies, affecting economy. The economy, you mean the world will need to readjust. Many countries in the face of planet Earth are readjusting. Papua New Guinea all. And vaccination is part of the strategy, readjusting economy. And different country to different country only adapt. Long outside they could live and work with COVID-19. When I was speaking with the world leaders in the APEC, recently concluded APEC meeting, where New Zealand Prime Minister hosted Mr. Speaker, me talking all. Papua New Guinea, small economies need to engage in a COVID bubble in which we live and trade with the trading nations that we trade with. And this line of conversation, as me go along United Nations, but we still talk all of this lot amigo. But for Papua New Guinea coming back, Treasurer appointed me looking at a statement of Treasurer me talk. 3 plus something, but I'm working. Number one, better budgeting. So that budget intention can carry kai. Number two, creating better business environment. Next, especially invest in diversifying economy blame. Mr. Speaker, me no talk to Kasol. Money you may put in finish less me. Me run plenty Papua New Guinea and me talk. Go na kiss him dinner money, me put him in the bank. Last year, 180 million kina transacted out to our 2 banks, our partner banks. This year, another 180 million kina will transact to our 2 banks like this. We are putting money where our mouth is. Our focus on SME, our focus on agriculture. Talk about agriculture, Mr. Speaker, people are not talking about that. Price support, the rollout finish. Freight subsidy, rollout finish. There are teething issue in the implementation mechanisms, but we will get it right. Price support, minimum. People are putting good coffee price, cacao price, copra price. Now, when we talk about economy, yes, you can talk about program or big plus something, but question come back to me all members now. Time people giving, for instance, 500,000 each local agriculture support local district. One time you may work him, set him up. District blame me, agriculture must send up the move. That's the easiest, quickest engine room to tap into where the economy can be moving. Our people going back to agriculture. Mr. Speaker, if I still have time yet. We pointed on the example on the Yambla Long KYCSC district. Last year alone, that cooperative made 800,000 kina on coffee. And talk Yambla Long National Volunteer Day. Yambla man, Milu Stingil Nemplo and Emtok. Group Lomla make him 800,000 kina profit. Also, man, sit down nothing on Facebook, na right, that's all. Coffee make him 800,000. Yambla finishing Woodall School. Now come back, instead of come up, Didi man, work on the government and go back to the place. A booking a line blow and some coffee or mountain, but otherwise, Karam come down, Sialum, Salim go long lay, 400,000 kina profit, 400,000 kina expenditure. Mr. The Honorable Member of Long TVWAN, me talk, thank you, you supporting more of 50,000, I'll start and I'll get going. This is an indication of what we are doing, Mr. Speaker. Talk to big law, some Sawaman economists, Australian National University enough. If Lana talk to Sawaman, Australian National University, no that. Put him money and give him the local area, remember you working work. Province, remember you working work. Works department too, for the first time now, people are running big law work, that's all. Legal money must come straight, or district make it work, or province make it work. So, Mr. Speaker, in summary, we are using a budget to try to keep our country afloat. Going forward into the future, I know my time is running out. We want to diversify economy that is centered on rural-based economy. Me ask him, you may stop or member stop. Program of time blogan. Pasca of time blogan. Wafi Golbu on time blogan. We are working hard, kissing more as we negotiate on this online. Don't force it down on us. We will not sell our country overnight just because the economy got tough. No, God. That will come. But I throw the question back to us. Member of Lalatau, member of Lotari, member of Namatanai, member of local member staff. Go along one on place and get up in local economy, want them coffee, cacao, copra. Cut him DY UF, Yimi talk finish, no more Salim DY, or sign up a license or cut Salim DY. We play it license now. So let's translate our harvesting all our resources ourselves, and we start to diversify economy with the resources that God has blessed us with. Of course, the big projects, the 5 big, our government is focused on. Make sure Papua is moving. And for those who debate on Papua LNG, you sign Papua LNG right away. But Papua LNG wasn't going to be constructed in 2019 or 2020. They were going to pre-feed and then feed, and then FID. So don't speed it up as if they will become our miracle, steroid-infused money right into our economy in 2019 or 2020. And they've informed me that now they're going to feed for 2022, and by 2023 they will do FID, and constructions will start there about 2024, 2025. They've appreciated what Minister of Petroleum is doing now to squeeze a little bit more, especially in the area of local content. So we get more from what was already signed. I say thank you to the former government. They left the gain at Papua LNG at 51%. We're now trying to push for gain at Pinyang, at Pasca, at Pandora, and any other new LNG above 55%. We're trying to push for gain at Wafi Golpu, Pogra, at any return above 55%. West come to west, we squeeze down, we will not come below 52%. At Pogra, in the project economics, for the life of the project, we settle at 53, but the first 5 years we'll be getting at 65% in terms of return on investment to our economy. So this is what we're doing, making the hard decisions. Mr. Speaker, good blood time, you can make him hard decision. But tough time, you make him hard decision. Brother Lomi said John Punari to get godless or godful or God. We have to make these tough calls to ensure that we anchor our economy correct, not just for today, but the next generation. The more we collect today, contributing to a better budget, 3 years, 4 years, 5 years, 6 years down the line. So, lo conclude me like talk, Treasurer and Miplo work. The 5 big projects are being focused. Mr. O'Neill in 8 years, the Honorable O'Neill in 8 years, at the sunset of his career delivered only Papua. We are working very hard. In just 2 years, we're discussing Papua to ensure it takes off. Wafi Golpu, crossing the line on Wafi Golpu, New Pogra, getting Pandora, getting Pasca, getting Pinyang and the Minister of Petroleum is going to meet the Exxon Mobil leadership to ensure we get better deal for Pinyang. So, Mr. Speaker, the big projects, these big five remains our focus, but more importantly, in the medium term going forward, to help ensure our economy is strong, we encourage for our citizens to partner government, go to the bank, work your agriculture, work your SME, and the members to get interest in the local agriculture, local SME-based programs that we want our country to be better known for instead of just relying on oil and gas and mining projects going forward. Tough times, COVID has hit us, but we will not get scared of COVID. You like kissing vaccine available now. You let's look kissing vaccine, you look at the Vietnam family because sick is stuff. Look at Papua New Guinea, even a Superman, Superwoman. We're just like every other human being on the face of planet Earth. Vaccine people put in, we'll keep our economy running. We function with our industries to make sure our economy is functioning with respect to Nubla Pasin and the treasurer and the team will carry on doing the good job they've been doing. It's not easy, but I give my fullest commendation to the treasurer, trying his absolute best to ensure all part of our country receive support and not just one place or one sector. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable members, before CIM, the question is that the question be put. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Honorable members, before me ask him, Deputy Leader belong government business. CI one blood talk lo make him lo here. The slide like along the line lo yumi all media all staff will broadcast him na write him on news when something come up lo parliament. Lo this morning lo front page lo post Korea na page post Korea report along post Korea report yung section 1 constitution and we talk also parliament in 63 days. Tasol ni kandi niya the constitution section 141 and we talk also the parliament shall be called to meet not more than 7 days after the day fixed for the return of the rich for a general election and shall meet not less frequently than 3 times in each period of 12 months and in principle for not less than 9 weeks in each such period. And we talk 9 weeks, and we talk 63 days. So to the media out there, what is investigative journalism? Please, you will like report, you find him out good finish, you report him facts. Tete, establish court, honorable opposition leader, in parliament, sit down 63 days. Lo talk 63 days. Meta stop now lo. Pamibla ko lo court lo display. So one sabe lo siya to kilia lo online media, good lo line lo media. Yes, find him out good facts lo yun na behind you report him. Want them display. David second